afternoon marabek adroguy tuguni Ministra Justice Jennifer Olgaril, Attorney General Abdul Bela Ernestine Ringil, Direkal nga CIP Manager Leo Otob, Direkal Gomez nga rin Chief Patrol, if I'm not mistaken, and Chief ang ilamang yor, Direkal nga rin staff Gamil Mak. Gure nga sulim Minister Justice, Direkal nga Manager Otob AG, Ikadol tirak asel lokodong alilkong na igale committee Senate ratwet malbira kalula Judiciary and Governmental Affairs. Akmo mokodongi open ertial oversight hearing ministry rakaw madire kal obis CIP under MPII. Ano nga baby housekeeping matters also pasado mo kami. Flow to adil one record. Akunit mandiakar adal malangod recording malumang video. Record mo klokela committee ma Senate. Engkel adal swal malara kapila record mul sa elmengo. Okay? Ang irong sa dotiak agenda mo rin introduction. Manso kalding table time introduce role senator sa ngartiyang. Then idea wala lekor ka minister makuku-introduce dilakal May. And then after say the more sa item number 2 the mo start to bangela CIP Manager Leo Otob, and then yung mo more Ministry Justice, and then adjourn the malas man finish sel radith was the say the time will be allocated in the afternoon. Makote ku ang clear Siegfried Nakamura Senator Pedro Villalula Chairman Sel Committee JGA. Mal winuget meron ng atiyang President Ocon Paules Senate, yakal member committee hindi mga limirita LLCs. Yakal ng atiyang Vice President Senate Dr. Stevenson J. Quarte, yakal ng atiyang floor leader Senator floor leader Ray Mario. Senator Quarte Senator Mariura members ra committee JGA. Right floor leader ang nga Senator Benser Basilius, direkal member JGA. Marakis klit atu ang nga Senator Mark Rudim ang Vice Chairperson JGA. Mara left niya at Senator Brian Malayde, direkal member JGA. Direkal nga tiyang left Senator Malayde, Senator Tabalwal, direkal member JGA. Omura left Senator Tabalwal nga Senator ni Abang Whips. Yakal nga tiyang Senator Talams. Yakal nga tiyang Senator Pedro. Yakal nga tiyang Senator Mangasaw. And then nga Senator Sungino. Malmasaw to yakal members at this time may join at tiyal committee and ang maklo to legal issues sa afternoon. Pero isensya kalor siya awlaw legor ka ministeri introduce kami yo gore elutel may.
Malungil swelba. Almasale Chairman Nakamura, malungil swelba mo represent Senate Baules, Vice President Dr. Corte, Floor Leader Mariur, committee marokul members sa Senate ngartel al swelba. Malmasaw lertalte alang kuk sabi dal mo ngeme smada bebida maklog to telurior. Madi syokar di arubangga kalmer al afternoon. Mga Minister Justice Jennifer Olgaril, arakli si ang nga Attorney General Ernestine Ringil, nga klit atuk nga Acting Director nga Chief Patrol Division, Fev nga Mangyor, Director Giderel Altime nga meeting nga Baluram Rigel, sa International Associations of Chiefs of Police, mangay gida Acting Director while he's away. Nga self-far enda nga ringi lead admin at downstairs sa Sel Omel, eti page 2T. CIP Manager Li Otto badal dire kan mo dangalin ngat yang. Au era dolmol me chairman and diso kal express ra appreciation na nga kal la understanding al la perhaps sa discussion sa gida amo intel bebe na sensitive information al timeliness ringa gire dal mitigate ra awasing sabi el top dal morablo el al time ma appreciate that dal ay gal housekeeping rules and plan set dal gire la videotaping ma recording hindi al aging atyang al muil lo siga discussions sal gire la solutions al moragel problems in the face hindi agi appreciate sa gidal understanding al wase may perhaps premature al information al mura al mo public asab ilan nga niya negative impact ringin nga ongoing alurior maging mal appreciate sa gidya.
Sulang Minister, I thinking may bodo pala takar record la sendia actual on team amnel gire la certain information mak ako luay sa kala sa mo decide la sendial record ang motod ma public committee. Okay? Number 2, to understand the law ng Attorney General, to understand na sa ongoing and review. Ay das ed mamsad masubong nga niya kukman necessary mamsad kad mo offer record des maday kay lor tirak hala. Okay? Ding te alet sa edged al mimok al adadu magsiguro di so di o ay seringi mabekla ada klawad. Nga niya question is kung nga ko pose lo kami kami ndos sa sendal sa baham then a chair mo megara di siya ko el mula sing kada off makada or kada mo edit ngi lika gid partra a record. Okay? Malway say with those understanding recorda mamral el ange gida soaka podo o penawla el mora manager Li Otto si manager CIP Mr. Otto the cell ngara cell swala JGA kamirin mom li a current lurior at KLBS el prison facility nga sengara ira nga esar daksasur tablong mang please update la sel tetela your say as matyang mamregar o ngarang kore nga nga ger mangir opening ma Q&A from the senators kabong
Sulay Chairman nung Michael Bilong, alada ka rin alitasil sa kung atarima alak ko na mo tulya talkibel gina law rior ngul merel alwa si kirel giltang.
bolway say
Chairman mang telredera a new correction facility ngiya angara ayray mang esar awlumu ursera fiscal year 2015. Segidal time nga ringa tablol RPPL lulto daw del 500,000 each nga ringa fiscal year 2014 na 500 ma fiscal year 2015 ng 500 ngulmo segide daita nga ringa over 900,000 mil iliawdor Mr. Aliawdor yung siyokala site survey mag-claim mo sa pedalo mo or ang gagidal building ringi. So sa gidal time 2015 almer ang ngel contractor meruraw rior Palaw National Quarry malubang PNQ daitay klungela although dan bla TET logiw tiyagidal kong balira PNQ slightly over 4 million almer ang chairman. El altame Aurora Sera August 22, el 2025 entilo da advertisement senator lundas mo kadmo mergurtial building by end of this year segida effort segidal tilo da advertisement tel ngiam le for package nga package A B, C, madi. Ya gay gidal uriora amo merguira gay gidal facility mang ngaringia auriora paibraral uriora dengi ediregal ngaringia abebira omlot al lobisra justice makamama amlot mak ekut mok girela selmo klungela facility malung function mga ngulimok regegi da blirir saal mardil batigalo sa the juveniles emilgat mok la 4 packets sera October 14 2025 isel packets A B C madi amle award mora kumbali rasurang October 17 2025 isel packets E amle award almoraneco construction ay gigidal tablol kumbali awal boldak emo mergur tiagid rurior el daitay kadamlat kalpmulo ase December al sugum mal mata rasul e kadangara substantial completion ay geulas mamuktek awdas wak mo sabiril mo o modul rotator adrir ngaring kakaros el shift e kadamlas mla achieve sa gidal goal by end of this year sa gide senator akura di kadebel snapshot of where we are sa domo 2015 with about $1 million. El merel ang el daitay slightly over 4 million. Es el amount traudo del ngia a stimulus ra Taiwan. Segid sel tilo del mo malmed mertegid el luriol remaining to complete. Ay gagid el 4 el package. E daitay timeline and swadal complete by December. Segid ako ra muktik. Segid senator ako ra snapshot. Ya akliru la ako ra summary magikadebel timeline for the committee mungsib ila committee mo mesel ko ngaring ka ri kat mo ka tangi rawriulo ay gigid ako ra mukmung senator ngaring question chairman iboda ka tangi sulang
Okay. Sulang CIP manager auto declare recognize lang atya medyo energy lang atya senator Inabo ma senator Dabe adore nga sulin mesin medyo energy there afternoon. Madotya ka agenda seguida ko algo update mas salus mo kulngit rakalor mo klor mo kado gera bebira gera ko open aula el mora ang idil senator nga akstatra tigal members sa committee ang question sa kami el bora please mo get el all time.
Sulang manager otob de malugilita sils ako takmal mereng asule men may munguk sabi del guk o bangkela open dialogue at ato du guk ma-update sa gidel gidel TLBS correctional facility ngaka I'm aware of the issue long-standing issues lo bangkela contractor TL facility at some point timlol mul mo te kalora laurior akmal upload ra kaum office CIP ministry el mo sa maigel remaining works el me repackage ng sabi edel malasam lore el te laurior arung wakrir nga salwa si kung law forward packages o yals why say el moradi el mora E5 Semen clarify
Mosubes el mora E sel A B C D amnora surang sel E amora neko construction
sulang manager in the interest of time and MLD briefly describe each regel packages wasing a package A nga a brief scope ringay mabi masi madi mai MOI silo singra amounts regel contract kami la award malu ko award sulang
senator sel package A egel sing outdoor additional construction ng aring divider fence, chapel, basketball court, maigel items lobangkel siya package A. Package B, ability are female, juvenile, legal lomblot, regular sing interior modifications. Package C, sell BDRs all interior modification malubeng mamulot lyrical multimokra kitchen storage area or building. Package D, power supply electromechanical systems ablil nga genset, automatic transfer switch and so on. Cell package E, water supply system bubanggelabo filtration treatment. Isay kami pura aigel award raseng ngaraikal section amlo rangaral kumbali. Cell package A, B, C, D amlo rasurang lensans. Segidel package E amlo raneko construction. Tiang source ra fund de senator 1 million reference rigida Palau National Correction Facility Relocation Project Phase 3, the final phase. Ay gaigel grant ra Taiwan stimulus senator los pe el funder take the remaining section. Sulang.
Cell funding allocation sige del Palau National Correctional Facility Relocation Project Phase 3, 1 million, correct? Mung tela awarded amount tel muraigel A Muradi, Cell E.
Senator, kumamaldi ka le award. Ay kasabekal mukut-mok le malmay. Hindi ay kel contract tadir ka kidir ka le award mang ay kidir ka momrule. Nga kasabekal mukut-mok le kel award amount. Mo ay kikidal kumbali submit tel may. No tiakat mok ng article summary.
Agulingit tumabol sa submit ay gigidil award amount sa may. Dilungile chairman gulmol mo. Por almutulwan dagere. Manager oto ko familiar annual implementation plan compact CIP compact infrastructure maintenance fund.
Aklam sang document sige del AIP.
Good. I'll sell FY 2026 AIP. Yung nga niya $870,298. El mora distribution mora tokora dengil mortial facility. Are you aware of that amount?
Diak aware amount senator. Tila reram ra apply dengil mo tagi del site gim na submitting mo PPUC magidiri kam ngil cell wall quote cell connecting ra power al mo tagi the correction facility.
Sulang manager oto. Kau ko familiar process mga kortial annual implementation plan?
And diak involved rin.
So, for the committee's information, hindi mo lang play a part at the annual implementation planning process.
Hindi mo lang involved umrelel malubeng ay information nga sila AIP.
Okay. Sulang manager oto.
Kabang ariyan ko dal adal ang yakli. Kababong elbo
Chair kuming aplapes. Chair hindi sokal si for the record selmle karila senator malayrera amount el mortal project tara take the final phase sel wall budget senator malayrea 942,029 say kita allocated budget more take the last phase. Right, take the remaining balance A, B, C, D, E.
Manager, oto a few minutes ago kadila siyang 1 million. Ilang 942, can you clarify?
We say, Senator, sila misra amount tilmeng 1 million 10% admin cost ra CIP sel darngel segit serwep tilmura project sulang.
At 10% ra 1 million na 100,000. Giril di 900.
Ang YC Senator hindi ay kaya bill calculator ada ka ay kaya numbers sa biskak to confirm for this report sulang.
Okay, madi last. Ila ka dumating losing you're not aware sil budget ng ngaral sila AIP, sil estimate ng ngaral sila annual implementation plan el mo malara din gil mo rajil. You were not part of that. Hindi cell package D a power supply. Il mga tegi del 1 million ra stimulus sa 2025. At sumong mo sel dengi. Sel ko almost 900,000 in luriorong. Makarang abom interface ay kang. Do you have a plan for that?
A plan Senator mo bang tablol option o bang kada-connect ra power nga substation bitara bili ladak to yan mo imo nga ngarsil tugil ra almora oigul almora correction facility ay kaya gudingel kasi part ra plan kada-connect ra power almora correction facility.
Suba si manager ka kuram na mo so is for a technical discussion pero ding I would question lo si ngaram hindi ka dito drop ringi tial ko tel medel ding pasira facility there just step down transformer edungul mo usable power at supplying in mablay ngaram ka da tiang kukwan ra trailblazing activity wasil po ringa dengira ikat kulara all the mo.
Sorry, Senator. Kumamamle, aplara application mo ra PPUC, may kikita tulol option sa kildilo lase. Mo option sa kumamamasubo mo kamiwa a decision. Sa kikita pa power mo ra a correction facility.
Babong Vice President sa Senate.
Sulang Chair, palungil tasil sila orang history ignorant question this all dimension sa wala sewer system rin sin facility.
Senator, obanggila Litchfield ma septic system rin. Hindi akal connected mo ra public sewer wa tiel ngar oryo.
Sa isel mo yung worker shall be trongel may ngar may buladam.
Hindi ako dang lilo sing ngaradam diesel obo. Kung mo parking lot siya Litchfield septic system ring yang arbiter ni.
Dak to gel da sila tributary meradam rang sulang.
Senator malungir rule mong lata ka simpay sulang.
Jaka ko ang question gil kay to ko era SL prison facility. About Vice Chairman.
Tasil si Mr. Otto tiyak question sel 942,000 maluwisal amount to mortiagil ABCDE. Kung di kang part ra amot maklala RFP ra gagil ABCDE.
Akimle part ng Senator akimle advertise.
Misal cost analysis and direct de kal ngar angula jurisdiction ra gutmok la gale cost analysis man mo gila RFP maun mong Community Taiwan stimulus, determine ra scope of work, kadang scope of work determine ra amount.
Taiwan stimulus amle depend ra ongit funding source mo complete. Tiagi del 1 million lomes ringi silguk no seb el rueb tara al sila funding source na Taiwan for this project.
Okay, sige del $1 million siya kom nebuto yung scope of work or kami only tra 1 million adang the other way around. Which one? Ada kom ngila $1 million or rueb trilo. Toka sa til 1 million.
Hindi akong ngaringi progress report silni dara project multu segide ya project ulngit funding to complete. Hindi grant na determine na aurior hindi kal amount tasil loss of el ray kay dal grant tel cook nara Taiwan almay kay dal amount na 1 million so
Based on requirements sa space aspects ng gobyerno to, right?
I say based on plans.
Okay, tel amount ng tilo tro ingarang yung kamle determine ro ingarang yung mo implement ng ro ingarang. Como start to implement ng malubeng mo disperse tel fund ra o ingaral boil malu. Ya kamle determine ro ingarang man what year?
El alman de submission amle September 5 notice award amle October 14 el mora asurang ABCD October 17 sige tan selra anego package E el alta megurior el modadura urior kilakat maklela a contract aun makli apologize ra senator wase agimla award hindi nodiak ngaykel award amount ya urior amru regular requirement direct move forward and more contract sulang
Sulang yung Mr. Otto da follow up question the request for information. Narinya request gimolingit gira project sa CIP. Mugamit ka mama 24-25 blanca 26 rogi. Di ka utak maseng komle award ringira October. Maktre kalorngit la biafra committee la sen mebong katmok lagi gid la sen ngaragi the project in the pipeline. My girls so called as appropriated logi wa grants and submit more all will as initially requested. Ding le babilingnya multi blanca gid 2023 sa part of the process. Ikam please am agil ngarap pending. Magil maran may madal kumalmol madome sa seng mga retetela. Sulag yung Mr. Otto.
Oise senator kapalachay sira kakadu ra temela budget yang maral dirga wal merek tay ay gagidal packet sel amla mo merek misit al mo et al more cell tracking list sulang.
Okay, ya maliwan. Malum sulang hindi dak din tiagid. Ay rogol nga under purview raw agi malo spell ay gagid rogol lang mo affect sa section 20/section 21 ra budget gumdas na mo ni contention ra rekla adal girel rato ko ra allocation ra resources. Sulang Mr. Otto.
Manager Otto dirul wasi gagi del tool igatul contracts o molas mel complete ra wera endre al year. Hindi a budget allocation ringi almost 1 million. No, 1 million. Kumti ultabdi less than 10% del mura operation raw. Merkong nga kami lo si tirgal terul man maklol kong balil lora begal urior. Adire kal salas. Sektu salas et malimisil beto ka urior on hand. So we need to be practical. In Sabel, in 2 months' time, turn over Akmedal $1 million worth of work.
Palmsole senator Claurior ulm sila kung dadu upload kargi klase kadamalas el mura December el ang October ma sugumong mo sa BL yung bato ka shift el drill shift ang tablol shift itsel kong balir mo yung kadamalas mal mo kmete sigid objective birgit yal sugumong sa BL sigid substantial completion na tolas achieving sulang
Mr. Otto Ding I'm not optimistic losin sa LTL tol mo toy. Tiang mo balancing act lang so alguk mo oy tabi regal el dire kal albang lem. Tokol dir ko carry over projects sa previous years el mira el aldang ngil FY. Malsugum gaduk puldar adre gigi del mira el metyang el dire kal guk mo affect a progress regal bebil mo. Kumda sula si agiri ulmutulo mesa suropang kami ule December I'm sure lo senda kasi in make substantial At suko mo kasi substantial 75% ting asabendi. Bay gire del aduro sing oing rang more practical timeline at sa edro misering lo sa kalmombre kar oing rang. Last question tel committee Mr. Otto related del morselul korngia chairman Rudim. Kau play a role or TL development a line up para 2025 stimulus.
Mama, Senator, prepare igel budget igal project. Isel de prepare kada submit mera finance. Ya officer finance orior kamam olingit la siya olingit tawdo. Isel kangir mama igel ludo mera uspe mera project. It is your hour later. Yes, pangaringya involvement kamam uspe igel ludo a justification igel amount. Dorep tringi. So in this case, kaya correction facility, almutil baby la project, ang total adoriwan al project, kaya wal recent al advertisement. Nagkamang makuknos of amal, toto with this current economic, Taiwan economic stimulus grant. Sulang.
Manager Otto, a list rakal ubits ka kara 2025 for real projects. Ikaw si Doriwan, so can you clarify the difference?
Oy, ngigel Doriwan wal VSL project moving forward ang nga amle a handful dimle clarification or amount limne ngosong saudo dul mora budget mang all in all yes nga kadimil so igel Doriwan igel wal VSL project igiblem announce ra logi advertisement sulang.
Albo Senator Inabo.
Sulang Chairman Nakamura. Sulang CIP Manager Otto. Kamasulang artel no sa MLME kora update artel blila kalbos. Kamlo lumu lo set teluro or lumu ra 2015. Damle ko trot tabadi ang ara $1 million ilang kasi total ludo dam la tuwa mo talgi bilang alak 4 million. Kami tel mo award another 1 million mo silbol merak tel blakal buseng mo 5 million. Okay. Akti pura malso kal mom dayak masingara man na mo 3 erakal tong root tel blakal bus. Kura wayal medal mo wat yale project suwar la mga lakra tru rage igabol mare mang kada elakuk masadra endra yire ikado mesel kumasendi erul buil matarngir mang imora igel project del direkal ilmal kura concern ramam mang alguman sab etal mo understand del waseng ngaramang tru rage di habol mare tel blakal bus mga himal lolngit talwasing a December ang maral sa el atang way sila lor nga senator maray de ingkida talmutal mo meseringi sulang
Senator maral noted Senator Inabo ang maral sila mamesara timeline ng maral makatakatang a history speak for itself hindi sila nga kaswakal mo offering sharing ilal afternoon mo say gidal wal segment raw redal nga kay gidal A B C D E ay gidal effort atmosphere hour the effort lang maral swadal finish at project by December al mamlo bantrira igal tablol kolkong balyak kadaman mo malas mo al available multiple shift el malas mo achieve tegidal by end of this year sel dombe seringi patoka challenges hindi sel swakal moduli ak mula si siral ko tulombo ultial project yang ulgi wa fund through appropriation senator el mo sira 21 hingi ako knote lela Taiwan stimulus grant me funding mang sel swadal assuring ilang within our control all time makmula si effort tergida amla mo blakatak swadal finish tagi the building by end of this year malas mal if possible the board sige substantial completion senator Malairi ay kita ko ra awlaso hindi akal set in stone things can happen hindi at least ang commitment tel kita kumamamrurungi malas mal mo achieve ngi sulang
Albo floor leader a Senate po Senator Aldape. Diam sula manager otob dakti. Ilasel luriol wasi kom trial malala dengkil mo kanek tertial plakalbus. Ya tukoraral ma. Telal galong ang arsel waritang ang arsel seng sebel lo. Ikang alu bang aring aplen na memlar tial siri warir al mortal plakalbus.
sulang senator sel dengue sige dal want ma malagi lang mo dal sil mura PPUC magyoro lo bantiri dal loro sige dal connection lo patingil mura correction facility ralma building ang aringia mo water pump mga dingil ma treatment lospe aral mra lola ra ang building generate aral dos pel supply mara building. I hope na answer a question ka Senator Mario. Oy, ngarinya tang a pump mo supply a water system water el mertiagi del building.
Kukuram ng laklungan la kalong ortial tang laral maringi alu bang
Diyan di mlak ngayon siya mo provide may senator.
Ako kasi dire ko kam sa daigel tigel mo mulo daigel ligir juvenile mardil. Ngaringi ako ra daitang number ra tregi del mo label waset telar kalbus telal telabol sa pedal accommodator tiragi del Roman mo tiragi del kalbus.
Hindi ako la pa di sira tigel wal adal mo alsel hindi kasi mo provide. Ngaringi yan may base regel space allocation Senator Makmo provide sulang.
Okay, bertado por Administrative Justice and Asabit miski daigel. Di sa igil tukora sel tukora dengi ngaringi generator morsialu beng komtimingir tegi del connection hotel dengi rablu lewo.
Si moringa generator ma automatic transfer switch ring.
Okay, sulang. Albo Senator Aldape after mo presenta Senate.
Sila, Chairman, alun tasil CIP manager beklad. Ndiak salmal mo kora technical question nga kakpay ang akamaldi curious na singa na mal nga silwal kora mo mesengil realistic timing artial completion artial al PS Black Albus. Leng understanding mal mla delay the more it delays the more problem we will face artial guk ngil black albus ela kada direct rogul mle witness artial direct recent incidents sa tel jail mang ay ke direct sab el contribute to more a liability ra kabalment mang kadukora aswad mo din na singanya agora some sense of priority el Bascawa president ma Ministry of Justice el bodo siga rolela apekal adul el mosed el expediter tial el sel mosebel achiever sel wal realistic el timeline el mosebel tial transition ra utol bla kalbus el morti LBS. Sige ko raswadan lo katokati curious el swadan mom dangali sige din. Ngani gel gukora ngana plan rigid el girel tial al PS el bla kalbus may gel guk program el bol implement. I'm sure minister madala mo update rigid again. Swadan ko make sure at timing consistency legal tokol daw sa sa elmbral mo ka-accomplish sila ngarsel al timing niya realistic. Saya ka diswakal gorir ka mo ka understand that al substantial completion mo sa nila endra year. Maybe a little bit optimistic and then realistically o mamesring by winning sa edel klaseng lamusap ila Minister Justice el guk take over transition Blakalbus la Martel Bes.
You're right, Senator Odebel. Mandate el mero officer mamak mula si CIP ngirel mere si el kotan mere del time it ingidot maklitiang leng ngire del relocate ya tara tol kasi el mleak mula si ngirel mo mere kare el arrak maul magimal malas me senator. And you are right. Sel tomesara audiore ilang October ma December ang mal tight. El multura hope ma optimistic kada finisher ngi. Hindi ulas wak mo se kada divert tarol effort rigid el mong mom danger mo asing sabayet hindi akal gut makli. Ilang gira del loge di audiore leng tial correction agire el mobile more say. Mang segi de senator amne mandate merkmam mang sel dombes raurore definitely October November within 3 months at time al ako radikal realistic and the commitment tergid ma resources senator at try al municipal gut makli now by December kita lomes so ilang October ikadir ka mangila contract go through the process may mandir ko mamla masela bol meregel me plan mereka how many days sigit tial ngara toward the end October and guk November mang siya process makatol tirak lerng hindi effort ma tukol mera kamamra si CIP mo nswade CIP kut maklitiang finish ringi may gigidagil effort ragma mamong ya senator malayre amne may kakamente word noting lo say sel lorolo mentire aikel moktol kon bali rablur pelaw in this case surang ala neko igel tigib to ka resources tirma adrir en rep mora only handful so siya dire kaltara challenge senator akong balil el participate tiagid el project I'm always tiagid el project at lot kamrula sometimes you will end up with only a handful you work with them ay gigidem dire ka bibila challenges hindi ka tomra ko sin sepet kut maklabrete masangal ko sin mo ngara arupat dalil sula senators
misaule akti lasal gora karika electric gidel again tool gombalil le the contract already trigal contractors mo take over ay gidel say gidel A to E phases nga ay nga niya flexibility na gil tigay contractors wal sapkan ay gil kakarousel aspect raw yormens elgo at least tell al already nga niya low raw already guk mana bebira project and sabi il guk ti sapkan na ay gal mikarel gombali melbol sa bel direct help expedite
Moy siya senator ang to open explore resources ma abibirati al yes sabel
el last el kombalil nga wal fail el complete raurior nga niya gora a measures el our taken el ukora wal penalize ra kombalil mo ti kalotir kla timeline raurior
sulang senator dia a PNQ at yakal in bad standing in good standing Hindi na mo dekal el deliver ti alurior. Lagi damlat kringil mo December maul maurior logon kela sel contract kringil merelang sel finish. Say kita cook roll playing kita cook explore. I got the role companies for those remaining components of the project to complete. So lang.
Malungil di tasilsel merga Mr. Otto nga kaswa ka let's be realistic balak sa false hope olbil ma Minister of Justice atlet telela o mga dere rauriol moru ma biding mga rang elakam dung December ang momrek lendi kal sebel diorang segera Brian aska question kaya auriol moru nga dekal sebel complete ekadir nga surrounding maral mamadenggi kamakaray assure olbil ma Minister of Justice wa say kal tol mo ko sebel complete la December kami mlutul mo analyze ilal morul ebal bas kama mal realistic lo say maloy nga rang ilal mo sa da girel complete ela kami da portal kumla mo ka nga ma Minister of Justice wa say telal bet o mospe Avenger al sila ikang mla complete. A finishing ra al sel tial blaying uspe ra ang raklungil ludo. Sel gitsen el moruringi ra al sel tial building. Ngwang ra talet teler el andir ka smentel mede ele diakang ra al sel. Kale da uspe ra al mutal nga ra tal milyon el momru la ikal tukwil molkoy. Kumla ko ra otobdi aday tayo wase telal beta moro complete sel blirar sa alma blirar dil marangal ka. Ngwang lungel ludo o mo spare ngil completely kama dengan sel pura finishing and take so much time malmut klo ludo ela ikan mo sa da igel kuradi ngara general el construction ma finishing at tel building abet tel abet el musbe kom la gora dai tail wase kom order at tel albet igel benjol morning tel al benjong tel aral morning cabinet regal individual room cabinet rattelal prisoner ang arat silawan room. Daita kom kuran na mo kam matang lisay kita tan kerdir kom roser ngi until higay kita mo lokol nga contract alabang alam mo mreke katu buro at setse.
Sulang Senator ngarinya program ikin number of beds ma higay kita lo sa del facilities lo spe CIP uluro lo mangela Minister of Justice el modify malubo kata improve ay kel cook na design nara plans ng mosab and meet ay kel wal current and expectation ng oy ngari nga program lamkot mo la ay kel items sa low spe facility ngari nga sa al mardil tay kel juvenile ay kel lamkot mo may kel esel wal basyo gigidal storage misegid chapel ay kel esel luldas wal ngara plan el giblam kot mo etam la approve ay gigida ngar al selti ay gigida package sa senator yes ngari nga programs to our users tigal adamor al sel sulo
Sepel way gigida do sa da may gel morur elang sepel wa se kadal mutlo spera tarrak ang momreg dia
tukol mer kama me senator sira leme ngositiang adul mo ringira sa 2015 mal makatatang CIP swadar rogir elang
dia ka kuger nga el al time nga ongra ringi yoro udel den situation tel bla bu kalbusir el al time ulen oro udel etayigidel blila kalbusa kum dasen girel taramo priority rgaw makabelmente el al time aside from drugs maul do direct giredel malu sadel mom nga timetable tel uroren complete mang letia dia kadil gid ablum adra ablum soril mom ngel wase tial besel blila akalbus ngwangrat teler al time ngoy ngarang bomrek mang isaw rele la Minister of Justice tial blila akalbus rela sea agire ad albang ringi eurol girel del meter che igidel lor udel time ba ulgo da che aul de swimmer tial albang ringi ay kal urol albang matlet telela ay kal dir da bodo musak tal mangrang do spera tarrak lakad sa full sopa olbira kalulaw ma Minister of Justice mablur belaw rogil leng or udel leng di al swadel mo face ay gay gidel al time Minister Justice face adi akal swad al mutul face ra al sel al mutul tarara al bangar ngim adi olngita wa se memam relit al blakal bus motor priority al government al time aside ra tora dra.
Sulang Senator, it is and will be a priority Senator Correction Facility ra ukid ra CIP. Sulang.
Oh, Senator Tapalwal.
So the chairman, what malungil trial se manager auto. Kida soal di gotaklil mora odon kasi magmamdun na si tial black albus sa sera tial nomor administration sera niya isu black albus ay lom sang sindro kam na tiam lara sa gibor sel time lang omre kal ala blay ya aldo dur sel time lagi betiang le tokol wasei gelul ngara arte gi lobis ng lay ng artiang ma chief ngiraga dam lagi ril maral ma huri ping idim lo si gel FNB singanak FFNE the furnishings mga beddings sete nombre del government era kautial ngarti at adu ratokol muam lutro muurngi velandung priority malonita se memem kat maklir lang endio si siro bisra CIP di lurgidit tel nombre del government se agi di mora huri ping isel gimeng mekmer del mokut maklitel tokoy lagi tel nan mutul mora walu len ngayel nam dur tial waseng mengito mongor arurel kalakal waisei makulito se me alfabet te tengara el mora I lakal borse next alfabet oy so ada dia A to I momrek adar bula mingin ngim dire kalbo mesa temiu e bob lakatakan me to na bola sengra made lengra mlakut mokla desra gibora last visit el merelang insay gidi edriga kam kutmak madul kita ngin sono klasi mo brao di bom maral blakatak ra otutela uror e blakatak lo otula sengirel ger sila uspeni ro sulang
Sulang Senator Tabalwal. Usubes ang ako ram do tiak patakli redredrel ang Senator ka kutel la patakli hindi ako domu ra ulel kadyo mo ursel wal never bataler tel nombre ke emlas mil finish ngi makatanamok medra line yang ngaring ay gigidal wa material sel kuk tirgal lulungura arawr kiltmok ngaring bel order mlami mga warehouse ngaring ngartiang imngil sil temel mo install mang aigal dombe cycle wall bel dekal bes igel wall bel remaining items sel gido gutmok mo so edal complete mang wada katanamok medra tip sulang Senator.
Sulang Chera telege Mr. Otobdong ida mal dim sauda igal el mura ai e udlem la bes sertial iu sertege del uror selul partege del you keep going back to 2015 as if ang area significant seringim maral wa 2015 eng tilo da tal milyon olbira glulaw el mlom ali omsu ma design ma first phase el foundation of talblay edim laga el mut el funding el injector del mortial uror el mo I believe in 2018 en el mut toda 500,000 RPPL emergong edega funding el mo 2021 emergong ya undertake del administration previous administration ng Mr. Whips ang loss of elo udia 1 million ng injecting in mortial project. So adiler tial uriora adiler ngulu dolok claudo mo understand ring. Okay? Selol gorngia Senator Tabalwal wasi gamlong ma material si emeng gilel momrek oy se amle amigo mirgit endi gitsel medengel wasi seigidra lamoy saigel zairiora huriping edemer belau elger dra bela bebil egel dimna kal ngiro gul kiler mle bebil e bebil adir gumete era guliping e de gudengel al time lo así mlos be el akan traktor el haraw mlos el mas radial malu bin dimna kal ngas ay gida bay sa loger gar ela udre lo así ngaringia egel mlodia kal lamru lulu rela akan traktor ra al sel existing akan traktor ngi ay gomle remove emrogor ngun mo part trega gidel el morai al ubin diri gumal mol ngar imalakan traktor At sugo mandiri nga imal. Ngari nga progress raw rere al time. Leng adire kal tara se bakring Mr. Otob kasi. At sugo mong inactive. O asing good standing ending ala ka progress yung di ka tse dilo good standing. At sugo mong mulmol di ka progress ringi kali bolo lipas sa igal el muray. Sige adire kalwan se bakring. And then to the president's point, aigal lurior al sila apply, aigal require usela material sa ngaykel belon mi. Even ma generator. Furnishings ra ruwa venture ardil ma rabla kalbus. Adia kal klalo dito oral mo mayra tanara Home Depot. Aigal require manufacturing. So it may take more than 120 days for them to arrive in Palau. Mung kasi mo do at timeline ng ay kalklalo al ada kasi merdra December. Endra December. Mung akura mga dura tara tartigal ada kan mukul kembali to si ya realistically lang nga March. Hindi nga kabay wasing kabay nga April malubing May. Sige dal abay gina dal adu uringi instead ra ukmal ambitious limis. Ito bring hope sa morba, elakat sa edel delivering. Sige da, kulkol nga, sulang manager to.
Sulay, Senator.
Ako, Senator Pedro.
Ali malungil sa itasil sa minister, AG, acting director ma administrator, labulis madirakal manager CIP. Question nga ka admisaw tiga ida bebira senator sa mlamsadra tel besel building. Guk nga niya nga dirga kata makport tel wasyo. Ndik milsa nga maybe alasman da komutta badia tilobdran yu sa tel building ma maldi concrete mal ngaban nga lagi ako na dimle kwasa ka logen ngir ka wase tiang mo air condition al ubek tiang hindi ka ngarang amal mo makayal ng sida ka diso ka logen ngir waseng wandra question nga ka sa logen ngir waseng mo ay sel ubeng tiak so
Ngarigal section sa ringil mo air condition ngarinya section bebira section sa utilize natural ventilation.
So, kamadangel waseng ngaral sections or ngigan nga niya inmates sa loob ng office ng kura sa dalawang dangel wase ngarang klangarar adm dira sa dalawang waseng wala sulo.
Ngumsin dahil office lol takawa or electronic equipment medical equipment kaya kita control o air condition. Baby items ringi the natural air circulation. Senator, Chairman Kamal Saul, Senator, ang sual di mo respected senators, President Paulus Mabais, Maripikla, Aigel Tokolul ko, President Amaral Tokoy, Auspel Tial, Pasyol Mergita, Global Goal, mang maruring ya giril man mo plaktak ko sa tiyang mo merekal o ingrang ang giril dan mere dan mo may gel commitment ma assurance sa lobby sa kita CIP si el lo ay sila lang all tak kasi ulm ka mo dadula sa dos pe effort ng domes rata ng moral kaya katip dekal swadal tomalan riar adan tigi asip edulgot makliak mo lo si sel klamariar ring mablaka ring lo sing giril edulgot makli sel ko tamber at time say kita giril dal didolat kering rabek time Aigel technical Senator Chairman sipedan mo offer rauriula selgi mo mereka raurira megim kutmok lagel mo contract Aigel do sing walbol estimate ma forecast timeline to complete Aigel direct sa edel kutmok le submit makatakaw dingek ko si wangaral timeline wangarang challenges mang sipedel solve possible delay or potential move forward the more silkot temre edel sip edel complete ng facility ay kita officer CIP Senator Chairman na Nakamura Civil Offer idirekal lobby sa CIP maway silulsaw dari nga Senator Malayre ay kil kukplo waya temekal nga rin lamang nodiak tuloy raw raway sigil information na AIP I gave related to more infrastructure of course gidal justify a fund ay gigid ay gil lurio lukuk sip ela obi sa CIP uro lumangil olbil kada provide settle quantify imo ka ding kasi budget purposes ma source ngurawang arang as we move forward nga ka sikal malukura Senator Malero siyak mo ng mo sa sigil AIP ikat mo ka ding ngal sipela at makal ka ding kasi ay gil commitment malis ng alchel how do we move forward with it malu ka update mong sipedal most pay for fund purposes malubeng ang project purposes ay kita ko rati so kalchere senator sa ilmut mamring asuliwe ay gagidal information plus ay gil tilo la siyak mo provide ay gaya mo claim mga committee omes ikat mo makalorore address ay gagidal CIP needs rigit sulay senator
Sula Wera Morales Haldilol Masum Senator Malayre last commentary.
Sulang chair mas kakate alde. Manager otob dakmal mutul merenga sulem. Lo sa MLM kata malbato ka asbedal adu uringi ding tuguk amne muktegal ka commercial meeting ati kirel National Correctional Facility meng akti once again akmerenga sulem uringi tulwa selboring time uk to ko do nga meeting mem gukul sa ML update tergi driver rokuil takora CIP W belaw sel tigingel annual implementation plan kamamal ko raw sa kalil sa beedel at adu meguay sir kalo sa requirement tra compact require executive branch low in conjunction with the budget process a development rega gidel el plan ra CIP ra compact ma infrastructure maintenance fund mong luul lagi rel sel July rabekal first tulbig ra July rabekrak engirel mlatob daiga mong sera umdul wasing diakaklum tengir ka ortial AIP eng malmuklo sa bekring nga kaleng este engineering think tank artial balu aku merang lo si CIP office ako tilgirel klo involvement ring rega gidel toy gidel planning diakangod better planners for infrastructure rather than kumir adra CIP. Abay on tigil ko nga kasi at sum tam kasi mara asimilem sabi asimilem tu ebong part del discussion mga mer olbira ululaw met ado du orngil sel temela budget process. Sulang Mr. Otob ebong mauktara time.
sulang Senator Malayre
Pakada Saule Manager Otob ilakad Kimul Morsel ikaw yung busulok moral sa ML abang sulang Imul Morsel number 3 ra agenda rin makadmora Minister Olgaril Attorney General Ringil nga nga igel nga ra elmora adi mutu ABC nga ra ngwela tial agenda rin mahal di klutul ngwa amay ke mula lang muska MOJ Attorney General kadi pa mo ay segel kuk conditions miguel difficulties at tial current facility na jail ang close to tele minister mula sing ministry ka at least sa Senate makaloryo at the end of the day kita get sure vertical and we have to serve them to the best of our ability maigil nga rin gid mang altang nga niya maringil gel lekorkaw hindi kum dasa sing ikil gera el question sa lekorka o siga improvement dili ka tialan nga tiyang aling nga niya tokol most rogol senator sa nga tiyang at sabi ada dili ko adu ay ko on piul tokora ngeso aligel tiyal ulyor makote medapor sel number 3A il current conditions ra jail
Manmasaw chairman, el time abli la kalbus, arigi the house ra 100 al 92 ra sentence la sentence ra court ya 830 ra adirga the bogdor til was at long term custody adirga mngila akaragriretir maringi are 73 adult males الأذر بيلاو 1 الأدلت الفلبينو 1 الأدلت 8 الأدلت التشاينيز 7 الأدلت الفيميلز 1 الفلبينو الأدلت الرذيل ماتيرو التشاينيز الأدلت الرذيل تلقى 8 الغستودي أنغارينيا 5 الأدلت البلاون ميلز ماتيرو التشاينيز ميلز 1 الفيميل الرذيل بيلاو for a total of 8 talgas to this. Ako umuulal nga sa igid dili kada house rar 100 talat ang nga sila facility kada dili na umre kal masadara percent or rather 10% facility the house ra 100 individuals nga sila facility al akmo makada sufficiently sa segregate I get different classifications of offenders to include males, females, juveniles, custody, sentence, maximum security, minimum security. O kung mga more segi, we're talking maybe 50 max. Igi sufficiently, the house are still segregated and I get different classification. Hindi lang, the house are 80 individuals, as much as possible, I get segregated there, but it is a daily everyday hour-to-hour challenge. Sufficiently kada safely, humanely, segregated tiril safe incarceration for both the prison population, for the prison guards, as well as the public. So, sige adire kal reality current prison facility gid urgently ngire the lore at the TLBSL facility makmal Minister Justice el mutel modo el ay gelong miwar adra Senate nga diaksal modu at korarwa kato orablay may gagidal korab to requirement tindik madangali at kora security mlamo gire dal mover tial prison population or saray dalis bidal sabel el mot TLBSL blay so ako lingit talo sa dada kalau rio rogul mo tagiren makarang edamre edel gut maklim el sabi edel mobile more say police nga ratchel latrigel sworn and police officers assigned and more prison adi 13 achiever tir au democrat sel 14 so 3 shift el run average el number adal nga rawan el shift 4. So in one given 8-hour shift, actually average ang tutorial there's 12 hours letang songs. Al sila one shift ang average el 4 bully sa Orior, that's 25 prisoners to 1 police officer. And then nga rin may sois bal custody mga honor segi del average ra so we're challenged. Ding kada malas mal moragel kurba el sabeed el operator ngi ndalong okla kada masada at tokora blungur kada masada at tokora omalol kada masada at tokora ndalong okla el bek padingir adan lara kakarusa el basyol mel kakarusa a crime certil kakarusa certil one of the things that we should note is per regulations are bully sa dakal allow do lala babos el morarabay mang eraan el morsel unless ang aring adwoba torior el morarabay 1 police officer to every 25 prisoner unarmed so like I said it's a day-to-day hour-to-hour challenge in making sure that we're operating it as safe as we can. Agi challenge tal dia kadilbli la kalbus President Paules ang overall lila bulis sa challenge tra shortness ra bulis tong song sar bulis ngusong sa patrol, ngusong sa jail, ngusong sa fire, everywhere ang ngusong sa. So gi constantly agi shuffle tra el sa baamal mit el obligations ra safety ma emergency response at la Rowell division sa ma response ra la bulis al morabalua priority di chela dire mal black mul priority gi aureola bangala CIP luegel al dilong hindi sual mo al kumulwasay serabok minister akmla mo listing 3 times el plakpong di serako telpong ang ko kuya al sela tool structures tool separate structures ang nga murame adult talwa na female ma juvenile sa tool separate structures within one al compound ang nga chain link al fence al maliwek karingi immediately my first 5-10 minutes again nga diak madu ato ra construction hindi madu ato ra security. Within the first 10 minutes ako misroset kya dakal gelway set. So igel lolo ko ya CIP manager mlaring ya to kal gim el soma malet el wase pomri ityal tegirel el simra sel ko tal gil sang na I'll give you an example. Sen ko tal musel front ngaring isel wal langaring our guards. El gilel ngaring visual or tirel metrigal maral mesoyis. It's a solid wall. It's a solid wall diakal ma first ko ganyan kasi how is the police officer gonna have a visual ra mesoyis pamamaratel front. So that's just an example of that perhaps added to the delay. I have to be frank about that. We had some particulars that we were insistent on adding. One is a chapel. There was no chapel, so close to Terel el girela rehabilitation el nga chapel and direkal our prisoners are direkal entitled to worship. One of our regulations is they can worship. So we wanted to add on a chapel. We wanted to add on a basketball court. Timlaka basketball court. So recreation, we wanted to have a recreation ng seltial. Klo el korayar, so that's an addition. So I just wanted to say I don't really understand the Senator Maraire, gal kora tokol wasing face te lang, but nga gal giblom insist to add on that we thought were important tel mortal facility.
I may comment in the essence of time. Focus kita nga current del Black Albus. We totally understand the gagi del orab sa Black Albus malungin. So the focus now or item number 3A agenda lagi current del jail. Law ay sa number of population nga alsel house ngi. Kami the bore basic human necessity government to provide.
So, I'm not sure. So, kung ask ka questions, So, we provide meals. When they're medical, we take them to the hospital. We provide them with soap, toothpaste, granted, hindi ka bekal time. So sometimes hindi ka soap and toothpaste and al time kami am diyo sa kadam lasto ba outside food al mesois pratchel pag hindi allow hygienic products. So hindi ka sabi elarwa soap, shampoo, deodorant and those kind of things al mesois ba. But we provide basic tokoy logspe adra bekal silsa.
Let me just ask this question and make sure that's the focus of the question issue. Kami dabora tela allocate the budget kami mura kalyar kalbus ra bekel kwar.
So, Sarabexis para going into the sort of fourth quarter, on an average at 15,000 al expend ringi for 3 months food supplies as well as cleaning supplies. Cleaning supplies at you're talking about cleaning the compound, the mga ringarwa, Clorox and other stuff. 15,000 for 3 months, 1 quarter, and then hindi akabol 3 months yung lamo tukuk melwa say we need to do another requisition order. So ako na dim calculate ringi say perhaps yung labay sa girel a month and a half. Sabi edal push ringin mo month and a half, yung girel mo month and a half or a month.
Tela, hindi sila kalbus at time.
100 nga kalbus lang.
So 15,000 divide ringi la kasi 3 months. Kung wal divide ringi la 90 days kanya 30 days each month for example. Yang will divide ringi $100. Ikaw allocate ra $1.67. Algire la kalil nagigid al may galus pail. I think kasi diya al enough. Around the summer sale question.
We say, Chairman, like I said, coming into the last quarter, and I did not believe after a month or two, I did not believe it was sufficient. And then a portion of it was perhaps, I went to the point where I took the menu and I met with MOE, Lome Saigel, what la menu ra kalirang ra school, ma portions ra angal ra school mar adult, and a big part of it was also perhaps we just needed a little more attention on creating a menu, el momaklo portion mo ringa variety kakarosal kal, and I believe it was Gimla accomplished that in a sense where we have weekly menus. Albek Padangel, they're eating lasagna, spaghetti, they're eating French toast, peanut butter and jelly, different kind of things. And I think it just, it's not gender-based, but tamal di sa alamiro tal menu Rachel tiragal bulis Rachel. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything, Senator Inabo, but I think just a new set of eyes. El poratel gibelo mesato korakal o makaraklol segad el wayay gal seldo rula sang Senator Inabo kada redil el musakal o makara aseg. It just we apply that yakal I would say 85% to 95% are very different in terms of the types of food. So, egim la direkal encourage sa donations sa certain donations sa gim encourage rather than just ngidil so amal donate. We encourage lo sing ngaral donation sa agi payungil and then sell lo sing sum kamel donate ra one el ngarang engirem el scatter ngari nga mother el gu tiakal salmal she's a single mom, single income family, mang every month then donate 150 ice cutter lang waseng mura rogula da di bol lang algel. So we encourage those kan ngari nga bebira parents sa Senator Baulisel ilwasa ka masamba lola bakalira ng alkamali ko el watyagi dilang kuk sa baam. But kadamdang la situation lak mura kadam losto baygay, and then if you're gonna donate it has to be for everyone. So
okay. I think in Blatak class sel o uril $1.67 al gira lawan el ala diakal enough.
no.
Okay. Kada more sel next el ungengil tiang el sel wal tide el mortal question. Hindi na gimesang artial budget the requester ka. El gira lakal. ang ako ilmeser ngi hindi mesegi del ngo saklela do kaber tial BS ludo dirara kamo ol ngi ka MOJ mo tel mori sumu ka mas 15,000 na agirel kaber 45 days, and that's $2 and almost $3 ma sel allocate expense more another 1 day. Are you going to tagi da ta'lem el dir lol ngi tra eba bodo ka ngel girela nga sa sel do girel whether we like it or not, take care.
So, to be, I don't know what the word, but to be transparent, and by the time I came in, ang budget process, but I was able to review it, and then review I get current expenditures sa FY24 ma-ilal FY25. So, don't get me wrong. Ang dikalso walk away mom da circulase I'm saying enough. Yeah? It isn't in the large scheme of things and ngari nga patokol swadal mo malay mangal gimo ngal mong help prior. Hindi tira kalul measure self current allocation dire kalwase a little bit of a better management in terms of funding there to particularly in terms of manglora arala kalira kalabus to reach your segid el corazokan malat kanil was in 16,000 at most 1.5 month al kadep kung el 1 month so sel ay gal gula bel ngar matak adigel el mle ongit tara overall. I'm sorry I don't have a breakdown ding for example away alunit nga executive branch and more bla police include nga the OC corrections 7.3 million nga version na house makuk version na a senate sel version na senate and I'm not saying this to be $369,000 less and I'm sure a budget process sel overall. And then isa tungul mo breakdown ng mura narcotics, mura prison. What I'm able to do is, and to be true to my post as the minister, but having said that, and I'm able to look like previous, like FY 2025, I get allocation, so I say, okay, I'll show in the event ko mas kumam sa igidya, and then how do I better manage it? It's always good to have a little bit more, yung maral mo klo population, yung maral mo maringal alalakal, but on my end, ang girekal mo chul mura awase better management also girekal planning in mo diyang.
Okay. Well, ko penawal mo ang idil member meeting na niya question na. Abang senator ngira ba?
Sora the lecture I non daga do sadra bes bla galbus negra del dim sadra current and de nasang appropriate to get takir el alta minister was 100 inmates combined male female ma juveniles marga study the bes facility is it designed to handle how many?
Right. So sige the structure that's meant for male adults nga Abdullah East I counted serak pong ang mo 92 I ge baby ringi if correct me if I'm wrong Senator Marayde baby ringi sab el 4 bunk beds ban sab el 8 talat ya baby la single sabi el 1 el bunk bed el 2 laat makumura selwa kumura heads rather than cells ang mo 92 then ang nga gel isolation el 5 cell second floor 4 first floor and then cell por cell one structural nga west side el redil ma juveniles mandiri kal sufficient spacing al muragel average number redil ma juvenile cell all the house are plus extra So I think the numbers are okay. They were just lacking a little bit of minor. El koragire daro il masel lang ngarabi, for example, sel ka visit, and dia ka sabil long give them like dia ang girel sali all the way mda kal sabil wangaral wasay. So little things, but I think the numbers are sufficient for now, given average number and plus a little bit more.
Yeah, so lang yung minister, we spend a lot of time talking about the new facility. Ako adim labi klase ko to merurak lalo ng songs ko na clarify was sabiel. So lang. Sige.
Awong Senator Inabo, after ng Senator Labeli.
Mr. Militasis, ma-AG, ma-Director, ma-Umarm Sulang al-Mira tel hearing. Maldi kariga, ako di sa kalogyak masing tikal bay maring la aral la di kal larbela wal kalit tikal ngarakal bus. Mo da kalo nga kalarang aparta. Kurati o gerling labay mal more nutritious tira sa bildit til marula kalir mang sa ML ko ra rulia a program ra jail alway al kuklum ara makitra maas mangi kal ma ti kalar bela wet tamrulim ngang ngara ko ta syo masay kita minister.
Oh, I say, it's always better to eat local. Ding el time I give mo maarang maring la aral. So I gel kaler bela wal moringi ra a menu ra kalbus. Ay ako raman na mo karat given maktukod mo compared to before madam la lang asuli ra arbitol adrabalu ma families el donate ngigala ma ongra wala ma one of the things that we twofold Tagi dal besaludo dal May, we'll look into that. Again, partner sel was say al kurat talgibel cook different menu every oingarang. So we'll look at that within the existing prison facility and the new money that will be coming in for FY26 and try to add on to that. And then sel cook the board the new prison facility, semeral kadalalayar drangi. So direkal sukumang sabi edan more mula direkal baby na sabi ilmalal mangarang and different things, but kutelte alorang asulirar adal. So the prisoners at least twice a week lang, maybe lang more, but minimum twice a week. There's fruits in their menu. They had Saturday akumle ubantrar bulis and maru sa kalil oranges. So little things that we're adding on to within the existing budget and in the prison facility to try to make things little things to include also was say tirgel assign dal marula kalir ablagi mi titril mo mangusel klasel el mo sabir el food handlers permit so they have tirgel assigned dal marula kal o food handlers permit lang. They underwent classes mla mo ring itagid, so just working within what we have right now just to make things a little bit better, and then nakadukok mo self blay mo sab atal gibel enhance sa operation rin.
Senator Labeli.
Sulang Chairman. Minister Sulara te alla kadangarti agi dal te alla condition ra current jail facility. Kausir ko ramnam skida assessing ra condition mendak po kluto la melak la question akti I so kalungaw do siya milgire la wala ka ko ra ngara a planning ra transition el morabe SL jail ngara ko ra ngara do siya milgire la tegi del bad transition mortal SL jail das ng ungil tamel al separate ra jail ma kal normal al police force kung may sel tiang kora statement terau tiagi del tiang anak kumesa tiang yang anyway kora amal masada atora standard ya kumnas yang namungil tamil blue bela especially Minister of Justice may gaigi del guktora handling our jail mo omesik na simang palel sa bedel namo tamel duguk ta transition na jail guk mo ilak la management ringi ma leadership ringi the focus training may gil program el focus del gire la gigi del guk rehabilitation ma ay gigi del guk handling tigel hardcore criminals bols el nga rin seguido kaong il segregation program mang academic certifical ngani nga ako ang sang sila space malubeng talgibol kikireng-kireng. Ang ako kada do ako omes sa internet ako search ngasing ako normal ratio officer to prisoner. Ang ko mas kita idea na sing selwal ko normal ngara 1 officer to 8 or to 12, up to 12 at the most al prisoners maliban gider elang ratio gidan tela 25 to 1 kung da sa tila gida tra close risk gidan mo meserngi mol dralimbol part at tiagi planner gida transition map sa chele the ball timor ko rula program the organizer tial al cell facility malum correctional facility maral mo o structure del handle prisoners o sisil tamel sab el handle ay gida el program rehabilitation el maral sa eder expected tigal ngal gida titilor di migarel el problem bolsa bil eventually return el mera community mong el adara taklabase ay ida ko di 2 points so al bring up el gira tegi del el tora chel di ko final question na akma singani ako information blam ngail el gira la deportees el other belaw el bol deported til merbelaw.
Hindi ka, para idol was a process ng mura Ministry of State. Ministry of State na disseminate ng mura immigration. Ma-Office Attorney General. But since I've been there, hindi ka, I'm sure, hindi ka. But in the past, sa process.
Okay. Kung nga niya, hindi kalsal mal reliable information, di ko wadar nga siya, kasi nga niya, abol deported til. Al parte tiagi del guk larunya Trump al combatra for legal immigrants etla ngania ngar belal direct la arrested tire maybe they're in the process mat mo kortin mo deported team siya direct lungil direct about the swed well in advance before the discussion ngim bolsa ba edel make sure kada accommodate by sige tele times sula
halil bo o tabulwal el bo vice president sa senate ko ni bo senator Talams
Ali ese minister alun tilal chils ka ma Attorney General ma Director Mayor ma atitol na suli mal mo clorometer kan sel giraya sel kotobok tuli ministera o mesa sel akmo revisit sel statement tra sel obera hearing
page 11 ang asing provision of victim support services and ensuring the legal rights of suspects and accused. Expanding support for victims of crime, including prompt, timely, and accurate response and protective services. Iwi siya tingin insang lugar kasi sel bulletin multo bla bulis. Kirel sel incident dilu para bla kalbus. Siya gagaw tabdi taw tabdi.
Officer nga ako ito dali.
Sel bulletin minister sel longoy ringi 3 paragraphs. Sel ulel, sel ulabang lel, ang ladro ulel. Sel balingel say. No masadak kan tilang kalaf, matal naman lel man mutra sen tilman liya pa a release program. Ngaram ko mulu sel way say. Kaya adam lam tamal.
Ang format sa lolto the press release ra kalbus tadi ne following otabdi. So the focus was expeditious, transparent communication to the public. That's something that nature has happened at the prison. We have since reviewed the format and changing it. So it's a format na lomes sa ringil ay gal bato kalbalura tayheyo mamrigel uspe but then kadome sa ringil kukchen sa ringil mo akter gida community gida ma ay di sedra al ngara alsel so hindi sabi kalkulwa say ang tilaw dalway say lultirak ladim lang ringil format. We have since reviewed it and we're changing the format.
Kadulgi kasi mem selvam do format te mem other belaw. Kuro dia lebelaw kum karava or uspera format emlu usra sel girela angal gidar other blam tamal ra imomiu. To komlu usring in top din sa format. There's no excuse for that man lulu ragaw. Gay ako dang li literal release and he was trying akmil sararbara ulay dram dalablila emir marui mengil mara interview ra PPUC emil sal memlara ngalgera after school ra elementary school al mamregal school here sigida mal diso kaduli se sel toda babel way sel ngalgira ra kami moto badi. That's the last statement girel ngal ka. Akpalo lang ito si asung format ra ka hindi ako dir kung ngal format asi uldo orangi o tabi ba papir rabul belaw mala suara ay sebre del tokol na dubel marangal girara. Kami auto video si format. Si dia kalungin treta ni minister makpan lulu ras. It's hurtful. Yang kamu yuringi brother no kaya adlo taranggang how they feel to have that. Sige da sokal gora maldi otro kilo sen. Pumgot mo klabe bilay del format ter miuma do dura esel bla kalbus agi del format ter kalawang gel tel mar esel bla kalbus. I think mungkin ada chance ra tritil sen dise ay gagi da babili mo tel mal bla taklo sen girel improve ay gagi del toy. Yak masa segi del bulletin mal tar sunak ti ulit lang yung sugil sa igil rasi. Si adimo statement na gilil tiyato ko bla kalbus at mo regil others I'll come around to that. This wakal voicer sa igil to malbadeb ko trigel adul mesel say el bader tilo sen dia kalungil direl ko dia ka tingin me todo la setiam tar sul. Am do kortel setia format na comment. Hindi kal acceptable ang format em siya wabel giral af. Sula.
Vice President Corte.
Sulai cela te ale ministera amotera klosel tongokle amdasora tel hearing angarbelaul telyo amantal time emria tel legal mora ongelul gangan mabibigay discussion on security mal fresh round this week. Belum dah selalu asik understanding. Melmuteral si saktir kumral wasya justice malubeng security rablu belau. By law by constitution arweb tra tegi del ministry. Selbeltor bebirar adel kukti hagang gestertil de alo galla. Beltura ministry membru laulur. For example, obisra national security coordinator. Ungirung minister madel ngaringi angania director public safety angania minister of justice. Ite kodilo se where that's the line is drawn el wasen ngaralem mangaralen na di director of police. Hindi kodilo se administrator. Ngora waya kumna sa hospital ngania clinical ngania administrators. So the ingul morabla police ngari adlong ra artial police force. Mga alem administration as far as I can tell from unless kom di duplicate el tero. For that reason assemble sa ngari donation ra kal elme kamlang utial conversation ra a livelihood even though tirga at fault yero will namadu. They are Palawan citizens. Ikatungul mara basically to survive by donation. That's just unfair. Subdar elam ko mami, unfair. General Minister na niya Sublek Farm. Ngayon po, kalbus na care say. Mirael, now they had normal life after that. Yes, matagal sa kadatiyag. Ngayon baby til silmara, mother na Sublek Farm. Alam mo, mal di ang gilal di titulo ay siya. Mamitaruge, may Minister Maktuli, hindi they talaga human beings. I'm telling you, they're human beings. It's unfair for a society. Kaya kumamragul na mga kortang, we're guilty. Hindi akal sabihin our other mga $1.65 kalratal seals to include their soap. So where's the voice? I'm just nga maktirkal part of their oil system. Mamtala idara dawdul. Pebirinya de kalego, matakal bor hospital, matakal bor education. So who's going to fight for them? Chairman always said mean. Makuling ito say please. You say yes, a facility, they have problem. It's going to come. Hindi, what about the integrity? Some of them at fault, some of them they make bad choices, some of them committed for life in there. Umrolir morsel tara, ada kasi malang anilo sa tumarabalwa sa tumabalulang. Pakti duli lang brother no. We can go through all this discussion. Dil sukum kita di abodo mungil imol prisoner appreciate track lang we will never serve them. Say the feeling ranga or ngito lo say balso ede gider ko ngartia about advocate til give improve say gider service and mortally ka kung ngito ka minister mabong imesatial roller ka as a minister of justice was say albebi ata mo niya power play. The biggest thing that you can do is to the administrative function or tell ministry ngar security ako mes malbato ay boriar adlego. That doesn't have to be there. You either Minister of Justice or you're not. Sula.
Mansaula Vice President Senete, and I absolutely agree with everything that you have said in terms of the prison population. A total la kalira kalbusra by September 30th 2025, 102,000, 28,000 and some change, electricity, water and sewer, so 130,000. Divided by 12, Senator Rhythm, you're talking about what, 11,000 or, yeah. So, the divider sel la ramanda, in 8,500 ramanda, which since I dal suwa dal double ringi. So from 16,000 or 3 months, 1 quarter, nga hapos was able 16,000 ra month. So 16 times 12 100 sample di era lakal. Seguidal to ko era a donation na di kada stobringi leng kada other belaw. But to kay gigidal mel may supplement. We are tasked with providing food at least in 3 meals a day, and we do that. Hindi gidira di may donation and they will to supplement that. That's fine. But to aswad ang mga tmok girela a rehabilitation represent. Ako tulurera kalok mga school mga hamle ko talagang salora prison. I believe in all the rehabilitation permit, all of these things. Current facility are very difficult to implement programs sa ilang. Ulakti advocate talore edel mong selblay leng moringi sa edel murula pek patingela rehabilitation programs to include GED classes, vocational classes, and different kind of things that give them the skills to be able to reintegrate back into society. So I believe in all of that. Akubang kami alwase the advocate for that. Whatever we need to do together, I'm with you to advocate. Tara molokoringi, Senator Cuarte, I understand where you're coming from in terms of what does the structure look like. There are those things that are going on. I've been there for a little bit under 4 months. Mak-assess ringi, and I see was among rabatakla, and I have to look at it was say they are additional resources that can help in the investigative process. There's intel to be shared. There's resources to be shared. But I think the issue is giredal arbeklada mo understand the role certain and where they fall into the bigger picture. So a scale degree crime gid amla lengalak la domestic and more regional and more global mga those other sources, but I agree that it's important that everyone understands their roles and how they fall in sa Ministry of Justice. Lalaking mataman lauriores.
With all due respect to you, Minister, ngultura ka na etili ko so isu. You are the Minister of Justice. I'm going to tell you one more time. You are the Minister of Justice by law and by Constitution. Ngawa gire malkaider tiyan. Yes, andim lakto sa damos pa ang eso. Hindi they cannot come in doorak mong ngarang the executive order. You are the Minister of Justice and you are being held. You are held to sel kotolo ng ngarang wasenggal other belaw, regardless of where they are. Do they feel secure in sila Blakalbus? And if not, why not? Yung partner.
So, Dr. Senator Cuarte, point talaga, and I will strive and mesel mula siya ay gigid el roguil talang tingil ay giurior el lorep traigel girel morep teringi. By Constitution, I do oversee law enforcement and security of this nation. May gerro kuyel talang tingil ang arager el may agi assess lo banggela director o banggela attorney general as how best can we spare tel resource, but al sugumendiang al seemingly transparent al murarokul the stakeholders at muntaang agire lo router kyang, we will strive to make it so.
Albo Senator Talams, kore po Senator Malairi. Sula, Chairman Nakamura, malungil kilal se Minister of Justice, Attorney General, Acting Director, Bureau of Public Safety, staff ng mayo. Mogiusel, di ko nominal incidente, Minister, kilal another abliagal buset, yang second time, second na mumregal rak. Ngari ako ra steps sa blamteg, rauriu segid incident el ruli men sabihin mo talgib protected our prisoners real time. Rauriu resel incident. Ngaragel initiative el blam gat mo rauriu segid.
So, set table file ringil gay sa Attorney General Friday. Mga information na mo sabihin adal ang ngura korte ulto ba ringi man adal tabela ulto ba in almost in its an entirety makadami cycle details. So we do know what was involved in terms of weapons and stuff. So lamkat mok more than once since then lamkat mok la what we call it raid dito mlat mulamutal al sweep para al salagal structures al maya ngidil ko ram ledongo ngidil ko ram kadoro mal sabi al matamal na other ngi and other contraband. There's a lot of different contraband to include communication contraband that they should not have. Lamang al may we're agi increase a number of agi shakedowns. We're continuing to impose diya ka nga outside the Mesoyis. We're on our prison guards to make sure that they thoroughly check and screen things. We're just trying to constantly gi shakedown o losiga contraband anything that might be a safety issue to include the tagi del milgot moklel incident.
Musula Minister, direga luluwais earlier na say the understaff malubeng ania shortage staff the correction facility. Etiang mal makatalisyul facer niya a Bureau of Public Safety. Elal ko korab esel Minister of Justice imlang ate lurio ruay. Ngani ako ra initiative malubeng ko specific initiative gamla remove trial improve recruitment detention police officers.
So ako ay we've been running our recruitment our vacancy announcements miraraw akmel mutal nobody's applying. I think Customs also is facing the same thing. Makna I actually met with Chairman Nakamura, Vice Speaker Floor Leader Mariur, Senator Tabalwal, and some folks at one time at the side office talking about tulasengire dala olanga sa we're also talking with the President's office and our human resource financial MHRCT deal was say gira dal atalgibal sweeten the package maybe I mean, of course, ngungil lalo si Siwaro kung ada dimring lawyer, but nga hakuk advocate sel kung ito ulaseng gina law dala police starting pairing nga ngarbabra everybody because of the type of work that they do. So just trying to elang ngungil lang mo before hazardous spam let 25%, night differential am let 5%, elang mo 15% night differential. So 30% total am mo 40%. But we really need to look at the tialudo del ang albulis. Alwaseng makana nga incentivize tiragang to kan al magkakare ad magkakare dila soril lurior ang lurior. Hindi akal necessarily soril nga tial schedule graveyard and that and working at a dangerous place like that. So tira kal mutal taan lang at tangil mutal. I know was a chairman at JGA already advocate for that. Maklamutal diol ngital was a let's consider incentivizing the package sa police the ela benefits sa ringi Senator Marayday nang namodya ka atal apply mo police.
Sula ministera Sermena selongo minister justice mo sebagangu del gire la safety rar police e dire que el sebagangu del gire la safety tiral prisoners o sisultan ya gumrak na sing lamu giremel atiga initiative or de auriol lo mengela Sermena permitira JGA mengtamre el find a solution el gire la legal issue Bureau of Public Safety le tiang at namal magtatal issue the facing year other bela it I give them lamo years and years I give the tell the other game we hope in Sweden el find a solution el gerira usikrole le hire police ma detain el medial deal el hire tel give emergol to the rablu bela das chairman se direct mal ngale Geril tega initiative minister mulen suadal Mr. Arbolis mo safe suadal Mr. Arbolis mo niya trust magan finance sa public kiri naman sila
Senator Marayday.
Malungilita silse Minister Olgril kauma ay Jim Trigal staff ra MOJ. Akabaldi mo bre dakarik. Aknote ministerial was seralomo ultial lurior rap es blila kalbuseng ulmo ulul Palau National Prison Facility. El altamang klela correctional facility. Makariga wasing ngaringia a plan el blam put in place el girela rehabilitation ma correction or tirgal adel ko so is ka advocate radimre edel meluk lol mora abes el blila kalbus abes el blila kalbus agitial lamu blak taklo sing dekal sab el mombre ra December at best ka mo ra March or April emrong kami giri guk plan ra transition or miura tial koror jail el mora correctional facility. And then on top of that, ingiriw by the name correctional facility, ang lagi rin nga niya rehabilitation programs. More than GED, dilu GED ding, umda sa senda ka, GED at iwan rakmal patokol, tokoil, giren makatmok. Leng, umda sa registral da ka wasi, kita gire del, hindi ka dito nga adal me, dung lutungi, dongi ratemel, el top del top. Gire del dire kal make sure, hindi ka all returning customer. Malub el top del be a danger to society. Soal momdang lira Ministry of Justice o sing ngari nga plans el girela rehabilitation al sugum ngari nga gomlek capture ngira al sela budget request ragmiu maluben dia. Sulang ang minister.
Masulang Senator Marayday. So yeah, the overall planning also includes manning the new facility. So that's one. We have 13 manning this place. I'm going to need more than 13 to man those two facilities. So I will aggressively recruit, and we're having a hard time recruiting. So one of the things is ako ngitanga sula help the incentivize till better package. We're also drafting. So we're talking with the hospital, faith-based organizations, and other rehab counseling type programs. And most of el moringia scheduled el programs and activities at the prison. Again, in terms of budget, hindi ka kalpol clear el merang aloseng mal motelang amora jail. But believe you and me, I am going to try to make sure wasing I believe in rehab programs, ang educational and vocational spirit, faith-based, sports, all of those things. I will look at what will ultimately be the budget, trial incorporate cost trial sale. Aktio misra like kaya numbers ra FY 2025 yaksan do numbers patak tingwawal do say 130,000 segi dal lakal bus samle plus ra dengi masuwer 130,000 payroll to include hazardous overtime that they normally have to work 12-hour shifts rather than 8 because at the short amlang ra 518,000. That's 668,000 outer selmlo while actual year to date temle budget rachel which was $723,645 dollars and 60 cents. That leaves 55,000 for everything else. So it's always nga ho tigal wase song saudaw but segi damle reality raigel mleudaw dra di OC la FY 2025 Miguel allocation. I'll have to look at and see how that's going to be allocated and make sure wasing moring ito.
Minister Mary Clutel, hindi ako sa tial ongoing budget. Ako lagay wasing ngaringi rehabilitation malubong correctional initiatives or plan. So that's a yes or no question. Also kung ngaringi, did you plan them in the budget planning? Radis LR26 al sel.
2026 again akmul wasing akti obang selwal total almleong til Bureau of Public Safety to include increases ra present. I'll have to look and see wasing ngadim lak makmeng la mo rectal process. I will look and see wasing nga particular part of rehab el moraigel gim put in place, and I'm already having this conversation with the Office of the President, the finance. Wasali allocation na ginel mo rin for these programs.
So lang Minister, the finally do you want to comment? Rehabilitation correctional initiatives, and you probably know this better than me, go beyond our police officers. Okay? Require maybe psychiatrist, psychologist, tangarangan mil trial oral gilap itu harap lahat. And so ngaringi vacancy announcement try kay gidil toy say one. And then last en kano mention ra wase serobem on board ra 4 months ago gamlong guk mesa changes ka osingem ngungil girel ngaringi dabla kalbus malungil toy leng so kalo ay kalo si sel mle hotel building el mle design ra 2015 amlaring at chapel amlaring at dentist leng tirigel mle kay dirgid professionals mara kwamal me kasi dakal sa edel commingle ra argalbus ngar atsel tial haisel volunteer hutsula may game laringi malmut tokol amenities ra atsel sir about the crunch numbers etamlo instructor gid lo si moto dahil ay gid mong sa gid uk na decision ra Vice President Bell sa time enguk me in Vice President Oilo eguk edaigel guk recommendation ringil guk nga budget ringil timorbab emrong guk me udo sang baw senior mangguk eday agel gugul deswel el akaw tel guk marmang I hope under your leadership ekad mo mere ringi merko nga meluk kulmong di I do understand lo si prison like all government facilities breathing infrastructure ngani extension ringi when the due time comes. So again kaman sulang dim answer sige dil gari girela tirgay the rehabilitation officers lo sing nga effort tal heritage.
Yes, so the plan is to have an on-site counselor, not a psychiatrist. We will continue to rely on Ministry of Health to provide that level of expertise, but the plan is to have an on-site counselor or counselors sa sumang most of LSAGID. So we're working right now with behavioral health to develop a position description or SAGID so we can announce it. Prison rehab is close to my heart, so it really is something that we want to see ngatal PSL facility.
halfway agenda rin di nga rin ang question as kumanda ke ohawe kabong senator sung
Sularate alle chairman malungil itasis merkae Mr. Marmeklat. Ka kora malukora tokol bear packets for incentives for bear packaging mura ududa la pla bulis. Akorom das sungal bulis. Ngara tirat telar krisel lokot lokorat kora silokor average age. Akora 21. So 21 year old al ada di kirablil. They want to be independent. Ngora package sel dito sa ring salary en dekat sabi del hitring. Lenggel 21 arigil aswal mo independent, aswal ko radi mo ngi makladring ma. Mong akong das yung gila del lowre lom gila baby na agency sel ko ra package ringil mo ko ra kada offer apartment unit subsidized by the government, el help panggal police officer el mo o sabi el ko ra ilak adult. Lekato ko na focus rin gaya dan deep truth ako na di nga salary. Yung labi sa iyal tanang tingil ang gal. As a human being, he's to be an independent person. He wants to earn for himself and he wants to spend for himself. Ako mtas yung gila draw rin lang gila farm housing lekato tral adaru rin nga tral paget siringi mang secure ang gal adal nga rin adalang aklele orior. In the process sa segi ng maral mol tigirali siringin mol mga rurablil. Kailangan na malalak rin gaya kita adara belaw for that purpose. Lesel dito mes ringil ko radi salary ang maringil rin kita lang di kalbito ko dude but we have other resources salwa housing mga naklen. So if you focus ertel to ko ra pagetching mukame dalu to ko ra madong okle to ko ra ogeranggal 21 argil mot murabla bulis mukaw nga ra ko ra baby ra challenges ra ko. Beside ra salary. Lakmaniyak mas lalbol bulis sa low salary ang di kal maringir niya manay sa talo dudal di earner nil oiti lang kadi kikakal mo. I think we need to go deeper el kora osigara sel tol sel mol goni mas makarang incentivize ra program mo attract ngal police officer coming in. Hindi kal necessarily in the salary. There are other factors involved, but they want to be independent. Kaya alam mo parents tir, they want to move out. Sige the freedom tir. Ako na sing gina drama sing in that perspective dire kalim. Siya ko di point sulang.
Halil bong kale Senator Basilius and then we to move on more sen next
Minister ma-HC ma-rekladam na wilita suelo po. Kata mara 4 o'clock kata imulon morsel tarager maktimoger tiang algirela ID sirar bulis. I mean ID sirar kalbus. Kata iluluaseng 100 adal ngarap la kalbus al time. So malsum ta 100 tal adal ngarap la kalbus en telar tirang ngaraw ngaringar ngaraw work release malubeng community programs.
El al time and dia karangara we call him 626. Dia ka so either a work release or 626 a court order malubeng executive clemency el process nano dia ka ngara blakal busel el ngar se ngara 626.
Ako ger seleng ko mesra iti selar atama iti selay gal to sao atama tokoy el mlamatungol girela omangat maklalab-lila pulis ma omang lir ma arkalbus ma kada matagel wasa kada malshort hindet kada tel issue nangaringi is a reality to mesringir el al time magidire kan malmatngi ati to keringil kirir saigit awase sel obo mo mesra iti sira arangar tel lila kalbus ma hindi akal miul kora atray lo sikro lela kora community service ku kirir tirgel tutulwa sa tukora amla mo talsim rinti sa pedro mo sa trustee trial ko keep down na congested el area ra bla kalbus. At least el kuklol ngo seo egal entities ra government ma. Betukuk mo oro public work. Ditipendra malsab arin el ngaringi ako ra incentive el girir tirgay el domestic tiring yang sabaredel give them the opportunity try to keep pertial bli lakalbus mandi kalsal mal over congested at the same time kada mangir sel tara sewan rager ongerul kera wase mal sukum ka como mesra transición bli lakalbus el para el mabdul sel PS bli lakalbus wang raul das wal girel tial guk bli lakalbus el ngartiang sayawan rager yang ngarang ako ra ultasun mlatu el kukyut talay serngi le kumes sel bila kala ablil bes bila kalbus ako mabat triar juvenile mo ti ako ra di ultas kalel sa barirar juvenile sel kukti taman ngirtiam malakad obot tril mixer tin material el kukora mal highly criminal malubet kadukuk mo house til obon trira ako female el direct mal gorak criminal age isati saya ako rati uto suwa mungok maraw uto suwa maray kay
Ano sa huli, Senator Basilio, so selgot el mulgoring ilgere la possibility of community service mo sa bedel kuktigan chester tial CLSL malom sa something el sabi el mga tmok, so there's either a korta order el wasengal ada egong sabi el mo obrior malubeng segi del Executive Clemency Act del guklogi wa authority na president nding direkal sabi del ngati ay del concept na trustee eguk moringa system ri del mesal wasay minimum security risk good behavior things like that eguk waset tirga sab iltob ela ka practice ringi to a very limited extent the top the assignment within the immediate vicinity ablila police we're talking about how we can expand ringi hindi direkal baby that time al top del group el mora community service rak mungger direkal ginang nga police sa loban tarir so mal article di malkortem but sometimes it really does boil down to say there's not enough police but in Sabel. So that's something that we certainly ginadalo mesering indiregal or a step hospital self facility do step down etel ako ko step forward o step up al mulmul mo sabihin. Oh, yung sulang senator step up.
Abong present the Senate.
Oh, sorry. Tel existing facility, one el immediate tel dodang lir mo kada direkal dirga mo usperingi, tirigel mo kastudi, tirigel da arrested el kwadi 24-hour detention, DND, things like that, and diya kada transporter el mora, tirigel kwad. So definitely, kada dirga mo usperingi more say, and other things to consider also, wala wasay nga direkal sab edel mo usperingi to include the yagidal suggestions raw.
Minister, ang yakal sokalo spera tokol wasak upkaw. Anding akpay spera niya bol toram rigel ang gora mo ngilato ni I feel for you. Raw rangar alem maurelem el la Minister of Justice. Hindi akal biyo toltoy. Lekadaman liya situation or sir elang ko spera additional law enforcement. Ko spera ungil management tragara al seltial gawa ongra arngil malklo en ako mesen ngaring isel ngara self function ra Minister of Justice ngara PNC 105 en wasay protecting the safety and peace of the public, maintaining order, enforcing all the laws. Hindi akalbiyot del tuwing malobrao del ngara alga obang kita madangil wasay tial blila kalbusir el al time aku ko ngin di kadamre del morsel bes aku gumising ngin sabi del wasing la almutal nga tarrakal mo ngaraigel priority ka al seltial situation rabli la kalbusir el al time el ka uspe el CPL olbira kalulaw ma president del ngosugarangi and CPM will keep up with it for the next 1 year.
I need more police officers for the prison. Gira increase the number each shift. So da albornya igero ko spe malakal to da idaira awang aray krel el main girel mo sabi del provide igero ko spe aktinga kal Google kalira kal busram rigel o mese there's no way in sabi del afford the igel prison, but I think in direct di sabi del and we've tried as best as we can, and I really do believe la sa kadam la improve meals. I get so adal mo sa biidar hospital el may provide I get at least the basic medical response mang lagi mo titrir el mo obantrira balu where they have to make provisions al malakal boltoloy dire kal station their flight risk also ngatid el adas kirel el moraw korule gidir ka 5 seconds el dadul wasay the trial decide up through the wasay kadungul mong malami sumul matamal mon makarang ngirel el ngaring sabi edal ngatiang el sabi el hospital at least el ngaring temel el may el may visit el tir may gel kurasab ildi address malakal club se do ongel for el bulis el orior el bol giril el top dar terutil lo ba imong el moraw garule el ngaringil telal ars el dilwan el ditul bulis ang ara prison mabodolas rar terul adala abatrol rar di 5 el mangarara el me el bora emor hospital el 4 hours el me ndim le Tylenol. So I gave you the very basic things that would make a big difference. I get ngaring el all time. Ang malurong ulit la sel el lungi la package ng el bulis lorior. They akmoy watyang tayo del pasring tapuntang. Mahal mo makita ng arbulis ako tamring lorior. So 1, 2, 3 bad apples and we're working on correcting those and removing the bad apples. Hindi ka rokul bulis. Siyang makita nung sa street kisat yaling tabatokal bato karungil bulis sa blakaran di loriore lengarak la time okmamin sabi el maungil apaget sa dungun masterin sedya kabalgul al dabora klol besel blay dong at makli sabi el di dading artang start tal mga mok karingi ay gida ko ra sabi el Mariadan dasrap talo.
Okay, me bomlu saigel kong ralto en girel lakal mga bokre el priority tel lakal busir el for the next 1 year forward el mira a chairman bogi mo mislo singra sa aman el musugar ngi aktirek lo mislo singirel lungi lakalir tirka takal bus sending girel lungi lomur direk el help el der firma plat Adam hitlo muren gadi akan sebel lungil lom daswe hitak seringi hita attitude ngi with mang bom lusen al dil 5 and ngil digen mal girem lakal mot mok rabli lakal busir el al time for the next 1 year leng ako misrin di akan sebel mre del moy mula mal tan ngari nga sab amal ngosugar ngi ya akal latara agi gay sang ringi ng sebel masadra ngara ewal dartel tela lakali ratara magdugok muskaw sel sab edeng idi lungil lomur ma lakal kuram hitak langar tirmak ladar tira al sela blakal bus
Honorable last Senator Inabo utumbul more sa next item.
Chairman, Minister ako masertal budget ra a Ministry of Justice ing Diwan al Bureau of Public Safety aruguludo dangar segi del Bureau of Public Safety. Ya adire kal umlania hearing lo panggila president del budget dire kal gua milsado lo se ngasaklel ongi tertegi del budget ra Bureau of Public Safety asap elmo o hire PSL officers el mora PSL alblila kalbus because ang kora schedule el kulasing ender il arrag nga namong giret el mokol morsay mang kagida presidenta senate el kora maloger raul basing ngaras peder ulit elang makurati oger el kulasing Bayda kalgirel mo nga rin kuk bureau prison management liliyak lamang kukal ngot qualifications rar adal lorut derngi dire kal kuklo nga ra alakal may gel kuk di kal salbal gulak mula sing direktor ra pulis dire kal involve ra orurta o mga safety mga clear adal kalbus akura di okay sa igideling dire kal sel dome sa ikal kalbus ram rigeleng totally ngot al at orurta prison right and kal involve ra pla pulis role mang kurati oger el base kurang raw da siya malgirila ako mo separate the prison management system.
So I agree. Itiam laring iludas ra ngaramong to separate the Bureau of Prisons ma Bureau of Fire response. I agree with the prison is while it's security, it's so different to operate and manage from the policing, first response, investigations, and all of that. Yes, ulam rigel maigal maklolbalua. It's a separate bureau with a warden. Sabi el gukto the budget el moringi ang aring some even have boards, I think, but and I think it's something el gina del maral batulangi mo considering as we unfortunately as our prison population increases, and I think it's timely la mo ring SL facility that's in the horizon, and la mo gina del really put some serious thought into Motara Bureau, mo ring warden ringi, mo ring ilak kalududel ma-hotel. And I agree. That's something that we need to start developing and look into.
Floor Leader Mario. Di akora tiamalwadi akti dulitya nga gadiri ko kauda suringi ulu na sabedan mo tumaduringi. Tityal ngalsang sira adra bla polis. Akmadangalia oilo oral vice president tel mertiang wase. Agim tegi agim try lari di akal adal me apply. Eng mo after oilo eng mo udu mo si civil issue. After udu engal mutun mo ano di rekal dir ko si civil issue. Hindi dia ka wasen di dia kal adal me apply. Akora di dulitiam kom dir kal ko omes ne wase. Kel ko amla mo sa pedrulia akora academy mo high school. Matikal ngal high school dir kal morngi adiwai kale high school ang kabar ng niya OTC. Maldira kal dinga high school mol morngi al desir tegi del tukora mora. Pulis el kora stat ng ringin mon mom sel top high school at least ng ringi osngil wasen asabe de mortal ng siringi. Akti duli segi dem try ng siringi lang. Alu ba kita kalel tigar adar belaul mora tial bla pulis. Tegi dal mon di kalina for adar men buto lang. Akti duli segi dem kora le desir kora misnya sulang.
So lang di aledik ngay ka numbers meto kuradi mom dengay sera temel atong Vice President Oilo elmo temel Vice President Sangabaw ang dilurtra 225 elmo 250 sworn police officers el ang yang 158 sworn police officers for all the 7 divisions. Yeah. Cell 158, 49 ringi arbuy gara patrol boat, adra patrol boat. So realistically and technically the numbers are down. They'll give them moklo area of coverage rigid, the level of crimes. But kada Uriel Girel increase or say, but I just wanted you to know that we're aggressively headhunting Losi Rasori del Mebulis because we're that short.
Mal masaule ministering madiriga mga agenda rin mga malasmal ore edringi hindi ay agaro kulto ko bla da madungi bla discuss sa malungil kada ukat ra dalong le del gire legel ngar ale ma gel gire del kita mo kutmok sel gureng sela sia wanra kadim reminder kami tigamlo kagumno minister gina author ngana
May 19, 2025.
So May 19 ma 2025 era Monday June 16 almost a month later gidam le mitrom gela JGA committee. These are the same things sa Dilura committee. So we have to do better. Kita ro kwa kita do better. Since sa meeting kita June ana incident ra adal na escape ana incident ra adal gum tigam na charge niya last year amaya sira Friday ala kami. So we have to focus yon ngitra kasi peace and focus sa tiyan issue al sa jail. And then isil to ko sa active recruitment. Say if there is a package el girel kawa marungi ang girel nga olbira ang girel nga na chairman nga madala chairman Rudim Raklu. Okay? Jakabol mo do aklu. Girel nga na madala. And we've had these discussions in June. So, jakat sabi edela say the kickter ken the kumlaseng package we have to although that enough so we have to make sure that yang a priority. The more conditions ra jen maktimo and the ngilo bat yagi there's a case maybe I can give you the site 2018 Palau 3 Republic of Palau versus Klo Lubak. There's this case talks about certain conditions in a jail. Dira kaya Chief Justice nga nakalsong usil sa tayo del gay sila si. Mlamo lu madar nga rakal korta dio maklat kara abla kalbus re kaya gida tleta kal gel nga rin. Makulngit MOJ na si Minister of Justice na si please umura el alchils kaum iwi sel gay sa fix ni. Leng hindi akal sabi that's liability mergidaro mora blur pela. So site 2018 Palau 3 Republic of Palau versus Klo Lubak. Okay? Yak mukmura ngati go pam sikal mo unska. Kadamora asen next discussion ergi el gire la combat the illegal drugs. And hindi ka soka madagi mo soma masokom disclose sa igale investigative techniques sa kami information el gira occurring man pending investigation of certain individuals al atang. The focus of the next area agenda is really on kadamlam makarang mo marekel raka mabuy e makarada contain tial problem. Ending swakalo mo ura a discussion de logera baby ragira as a chairman and swakal ogera gel baby ragira we rakma ti al Mr. Rula. Itial legal sets of questions as Attorney General Longer malubong kaol al Minister of Justice. Ako as a Minister of Justice authorize again local statements made by employees that tira appear public malubong to the public. Mutamatapli partara SOP standard procedures kau authorize statements to the staff fra MOJ el tira appear public el mga do on behalf fra MOJ
authorize the employees the ministry to speak in public on behalf of the ministry.
Yes.
Another question. It depends on I can,
Okay.
but it depends on what that is.
Okay. Me ko di al. Sera masil belaw. Staffer ka amla amadala amasil belaw libre a TMC. Mu bebira to gumda sangira the small. Okay? Ilal ngara ako dal time. Lo bisir ka ngaringi ratokora a war on drugs. Engot girem ira akaw mar adam. El mga adu mga adu atoko el clamarang el morabuay mara. Okay? Magdo apo aware por sel specific incident. May get statements that they'll made. And so I'll explain our process, Attorney General, if kumakong mistake our process ko correct na. Albira kulula armula la. Algia sen kagita da algia morngi, kagita gira men mokorin, kagita magul mag. Ermula penalty ring, club sing. Ada se so ko mang tomali alla. Abla buli sa investigatory. Sen why say? Self-investigatory boleh mereka investigation kami. Kami angun masa obisa Attorney General Rablur Belau. Attorney General Rablur Belau ngegi kita mo prosecutor tial case. Sengway say. Self boleh mereka during the prosecution case ya etira ngaringnya atau koy malubang agreement malubang natil all darsal mora kadang judiciary. Judiciary decide na siya adang guilty maluman niya. I say? Siya correct? Din waspa ramay. Ikel black tung correct ito boy.
Why say it, Chairman?
Oy. Now, Attorney General, abalsela trafficking na methamphetamine. At 25 years and more 50 years.
Why say?
Okay. I got last el 3 bulletin ng MOJ gomle sa Facebook, 2. Gomle iliti sell gomle plea down ringin more attempted trafficking or attempted possession. I'm not sure what the entire amount. Masaada suspended sentence lo bangela 2 years el galbus. Again why say?
Gira mo clarify la sing algay si senator.
Okay,
So
ngari sa limo algay sa gilsang I think ang profesong last name ringi he got 2 years incarceration, ya arrest suspended, gelang adira sina al yang adira lak aluding ila 2 years sa sing why sa MOJ.
Why say?
So with that sige the issue ya staffer ko am lo or amadira bulur belaw ekmulk mo ala amitut week close egida diaka the follow egal lalla maongita kaldoira al chance al harsher penalty kaldoira olbira kalulaw ongerung staffer kasi mlamo time to take out ban na plea agreements al gila na meth related cases. Okay, so I want to put those on the table, and I really want an honest answer. A presidente siya submitted kyal al ngaramada la senator ela. He didn't touch trafficking at 25 to 50. Hindi nakal-touch rin. At decide na siya in taanga mo pli MOJ. Ang Senate decide na plea agreement.
No, sir.
Office Attorney General na decide.
Yes, sir.
So one of the things that get mo clear, hindi ka sa BL, it's unacceptable, hindi ka sa BL akamitira JGA. El top dat ginge la staffer raw, el mora belur belaw. Masem oy tegal plea agreement, gida da ka follow la, el dula sing aongita kaldoira a olbira klu. Le who decides and who asentamo plea? Who doesn't follow or sell 25 to 50? Ntang.
It's a discussion between the Office of the Attorney General and Defense.
Mem insert at AG.
The court makes the final decision. Le plea agreement, adalongole la Office of Attorney General, ma defense lawyer, but it's subject to approval of the court.
Why?
Malsuguman di akalgang ya court, hindi abol tukoy.
Why say? Diya el Senate decide the plea agreements, ma terms of plea agreements. Saying why say AG?
Malway say chairman.
Ongerung. MOJ, Madrid Tigal, Silvela, Mabrodak Masim Lam, or time, the Ngup plea agreements, Rameth related cases. Attorney General Ramok Isla says, Sing Sabel Toy.
Ngak, hindi akal sabail. Legal plea agimru la Office of Attorney General, ma Defense Counsel, based on circumstances ra case. And each case is different. May gigida igel bolwe tirigal adralla, tulside, eng marula babier, modar salmura karrakaril, ya karrakaril engke amo decide luase. Tirigal adralla altra, igal tulside. Aigang sabel gonge igang. Lengaring ya factual basis, salmura igigidel, toil mura madala court.
Why say? Say MOJ nga kadralla na defense counsel ang man makatel. Strip Office Attorney General mangidil defendant plea agreement ing malimi sa klopa may matamal la balwa. Mang akamitira JGA alita dakal chiko nakamura mga dalo. Akamitira JGA 12 orbira rulaw ada gidim lagi appreciate the statements. Elinya wrong statement. Olbira kadula dakin handle akmula senta amo plea malubandia. Senate kakakutan na nung sila AG. Eka matingi. Yakal Senate matani dil ada masada plea agreement. Ya nga bati ikakutan na nung si Attorney General number 1 prosecutor bela kasi create a problem.
Chairman, if I may, it is not the position of the Minister of Justice, el wasele mangubuta atokora plea agreement. That was probably said, yes, acknowledge the Assembly Part representation as staffer ngak, and I will address it accordingly, but it is not the position of the Minister of Justice el mangubuta atokora plea agreement.
Yeah. Dios si silwa isagid lugor nga Senator Tabal. El formatting. Hindi ka sabihin el format dongo YC. Now, OCCUL presentation, and I really wanna say this lang. Di mo nakatsoka lang amin sila yung samsal. Nesoka, may makataabangan lang sa sabihin mo dangan lawan ito. Tomet ato ko la sendia ka lab. Dia ka drug labs, and dia ka drug labs, and dia ka drug labs. Ngar alel taang nga mo sikira drug lab.
Ngar alel executive branch through the Ministry of Justice, effort the Ministry of Justice.
Di ba ta klise la siya so kuma staffer kami ospea drug lab. Actively ba mo si yakam nga siya blame na JGA. A drug bill Annex mo ready ra annex session ra mam do sing o ingara. After a rugul atalesa. De al kaldoel. Nang so kaloger ka be pirato ko. Kami tira JGA marang ala setang ringi ang ngalgit el mega mistake. Gerel nga kalmil attack. Dia kasi ada di ngon titiri trigger or turtira bla kalbus. Mamparta tia luriora maring figure out as ang arato ko ra rehab. As a Minister of Justice, kau nga sen telang atok are already tamalangeso Ministry of Health, Human Services, el addiction. Do you know the numbers?
No, not exact numbers now.
Do you know how many doctors sa ongara allocated to MHSS, el mora Health, Human Resources, el mora atirgagi del other tira call in link sorry get rehabilitated. Do you know how many?
Active dangal tertero man counselor, but I'm sure there's more. Udang ala ko number.
Dak malitero ma honor counselor. Yeah, the last number el gulbang kasi tamle 400. A people seek help for rehabilitation na MHSS. El atam no sub ilgora naki down en mga resultat Madrid. O ise senator tigil lulbigit na meeting. Nga 200 tala. So masenet tamring ng dos la sing makara sa beedel behavioral. Hindi ka gira del vi ngutial mo adel ngul spiritual besa kalbus nga ay rayma. Ang SR. E di kal dakat sa beedel la sing did order kami omorura require kami momura rehab lakaw do de long asi. Malta o singi la MOJ akma sing kaldoy. Awdasul molla ama executive branch amna sa sing kaldoy. Hindi kal kaldoy. Ay ga la al bogi bam pasil signing la al momre ka mamakati ka talta. Makmorsen ni question na malayri. Ani nga rehabilitation center kami or murta ngi ela sing moringi rigir telal adamong telang awdo del bodok spiel mo hard additional counselors. Ngaring India. El girel kial drug issue.
So the plan is to have an on-site minimum one counselor, but so the staff to be able to be on-site the oriol of existing wa hospital ma other agencies el girela tukura assessment ma tukura counselors and counseling and other programs. So ngaring help para mamal put together that ora uriol lo bangkela kostrengi hindi rabon mare.
Kabe kun mamerse ngaring embera kami tilswal o gera gel issue lebo. Senator Tabalwan.
Ali, sorry Chairman. Kote Minister Akmalon ita kaloreng mutaan le kabar igal ibira tokol kangester te tokol drugs rablu belaw. Minister ang seltra kotum le klungel sira tanga hearing ragaw sira confirmation. Intiay gidil babil blam sapit ngi ul tayel le mokte gargaw. It was 24 pages. Tiay gidadi bok kabar ibira tokol al selling. Ti ak mo ko ti reclaim minister ndi ka dokol mo tlibil sa te akray krel kal albani sel ti da statement tragal grel tel to drugs as a nation our collective and collaborative response effort have to mirror the alarming degree of destruction caused by the presence and use of drugs running through our communities. We are calling it a drug crisis. Our battle plan has to effectively correlate with and eliminate this level of threat posed to the health and welfare of our children and stable family structures. Akari ko say, a plan ng giril-gir, kadawang plan.
So Senator Tabalwala kada mandir kong banang artil al statement it not to sound cliche but to quote tay kay gidal baby the effort del la momerek it really does take a village in giredal. So we're working one of the things that we have been focusing on is sira akpok minister mer ang assess existing an operation to include SOPs or lack of SOPs or in strengthening day-to-day procedures that are impacting our cell outcome ratokoy. For example, process of rule case, the whole daily, where does it go after it's done? How do we expedite it? Makaranga that transparent talo isra our victims and complainants. Those things that are part of an ongoing assessment. So over the past few months, we've established policies we've worked a lot, and I'll be honest here, we've worked a lot in strengthening internal procedures and SOP to get back to that level of performance that we need to be at. And that's for not just the prison, direkal tukura drugs, at tukura bekel divisions. So just a lot of oral mutal si angin ay gagidal process gidal ora dadong magkakarim dim la modaktak muray gagidal batukal ulang montay habululwaseng mayaw dagay isang makaskalang. So we've been doing a lot of that. Kulong marangal direkal, and I think I said it also in my confirmation hearing. We need to fix house first. Make sure all our T's are crossed and our I's dotted. So that's ongoing. We've made a lot of progress, but we continue to work. Alabangela, Attorney General, Makalawri Alabangela, Director Marchief Seringay, mabebira agencies, al-makatmoklay kay Gitulurior. So, you probably may not masangak klo ng rangklel, but those are the things that we've been working on internally. If that makes sense.
Actually, Mr. Actor, say, also strategic plan, el double blakatak. A details, you can cover the details later. Girel digo tek manggangia a strategic plan se tiagida mo mandate gid ay gagida so dabol mutnok la gel detail as el mutnok la actor se girel mutnok la lenda ka se den mite tu ni de ko other plan. Atram dilimak mo kabinetial strengthening family support systems. This could be a collaborative effort with families, traditional leaders, LDB, state government leaders, school systems, combined elected national leaders, and other stakeholders. Arubul belam na ko gidbi ablur belaw yo to pudi amandate tila se member bodo ka kasues. Kawak mun mangaral girel selongit ngarubul belal girel tial albangani.
So mlaling isegi del forum makadamlong other Ministry of Justice and a partner cell forum, the third annual forum. I was there with the Director of Police, and then we've tasked Cell DJJ, Cell Division of Juvenile Justice, and nga Chief Sanya Olgari to start connecting with the different groups to include Rugul Belaw. So, Dirgamle Mlara FBI, she's starting to put that together. Si Segida Kura Primary Division and Beltas Karinga Director to start working with the community on all the different agencies or different groups al-Dabeela.
Yakti medikulit sa sel longit ospera leadership. Kangar sel mdal sel leadership. Mesa sel dru ulem no kangar te leadership mestira rugul belaw. Ngida presidensya trangartial katmokol mo opangem lo sei. Ala ka leadership mo gut maklit yang. Igit rugul mangari ala ka sel gut maklit yang. That has to happen. Ako ni tangis ro leadership to leadership. Moratokol direkan dilil ngartiang statement with this understanding of what I foresee to be a preferred approach to resolving existing issues and problems. Itiagida tingim consultation, collaboration, assessment. Mga naklo na consultation lam kat makli asal makasakasal abla bulis, collaboration, assessment. Lam kat makli mo kumkora to ringi to mesar ure albang.
So we've couple of things. Ngaringay weekly leadership meetings sa Director Mar Chief Sertir where they go over comprehensively over the whole bureau and the other division and talk about things that they need to change, and then we discuss mga mo policies. We've also just recently been the recipient tra overall assessment tra blabulis el kilt makli Colonel Bermudez part tra detail el nga US Embassy Soldao that is detailed to work with policing and security. So we had asked him to conduct independent assessment. Mang literally hindi ko sila last Thursday yung present ring ilmera kamam magimuyura assessment ring, but every day hindi nga rin ako magkakaroon going on, but that's sort of the overall independent assessment that has been done, and we're reviewing it tune in rin sila last Thursday.
Okay, basta urtila. Kailangan mong loan sila tingin kaya community outreach, education, and raising awareness. In fostering stewardship, we hope to continuously reinforce the trust and cooperation we seek from the public. Sige, the minister kumdasing asungari aptolungil morul engram de at milura balu bolo dina sengra komrul kirigirelkir. Sige, kumdasing la akora tribal kamang to sinar adan ngi legitialo digla aptol tingila ureret. Ada blu akora wal longir berebel da se kimi kom kirelkir. Consultation actually nalmeng sar bebir bulis makti subadaw lasi agidri kamingila meeting lang kota ki mundo se ko magi moral budulkir. Padi mo anestik na arong stria da kulwaisay. Tidir kamingi tiagi consultation wal collaboration ka giren gidbi. Akmal lulu ka se ay do kamal masang apto ka albanglem. Di ay gagi del kiltmok sa hearing. Amal kumbra na sentru le la ungil lurior. Labori o ilay del tokoy. Akmal lulu kasi hindi kalokol mo ngin awre. Elak morsel di kamen tanakal girel sel recruitment te kwasay tospera ungil package. Makti mo sudar sel gugudong linat atokora recruitment. Au recruitment tau eral makatmuk la. Ada mo yurtial bla la setiang wangara el tel blay. Dia ka adro maka sila ko asum temen la setial borngi ing muangara pasyo el setiang. Kamu umtas rusi. Kerja kan nomor kerana time el tiagi le swing lagi da director ngerti ya. Maria one time yang da director bela buli samna America round. Itiril ada bela buli sa setia dia kalungin. Yar mereka setia ungin. Those are realities. Makmal dulu itu saya gigi tam lang aringi. Memo kokol mo sa tial blay pam dulu me ang lolel tial blay mo ungin. Earn the trust that regard rokul chiefs mar lieutenant matir rokui lesel bolo dangali aklung ngel alsel talblai esel to atto bodel mera abuelo asay pom apply mo sel boring sel akla sigida kumda sentira gilgir del acknowledge ring asay adi do ngsi au do de adel kota el go rule le gong dialo de sent ambra del safe malu ben dia adire gal ungil to so gidel acknowledge asay el talblai gidel got muklin mongin recruitment package abolungin o banggalawin el telabla kung ngitangin sulal irisay sulang.
So Senator Tabalwala malto ko mo lokoy we're focusing on igal internal ramamre lang ngari nga patokal kat migil kada dire kal longitangin sulal kul adra aurior mo sabedel gutmok lagay gidal betul kalau maklol ko rapat ruset dal dolat kalkula sa kadmo matmok la mang akmak man nga sudah milgirel say sila kita udas wal tangaringi.
Albo señor presidente por mereke por ebora paisi halbal por presidente.
Minister Tirgel adranar garkau tetelang.
The 13.
Dortine. Ang ilal disir. Abay gumesir niya al-audo. Kalel kekareu dudir. Understanding ay kadi 3,000. Kalelungil 3,000 budget tertil lo spare nging gekrerse.
So, baby that time, ang cloth til ang alospe.
Okay. Ang agul ko rin kasi kalel at 10,000 kalel lungil salgegrel 10,000 alo spare ngi. At ang leng hindi ako spare del kampat tadrak se spare kaya di ako dude malubeng gegrel do ma aklan na model gire kal mulgor ngi ending.
Yeah, kaya pa, I don't think kaya partra pa budget lang hindi. Kampata drugs ang ginagawa ni alalaluum.
Tukura budget ma ulak mulgoy. Al salge grel kalel lungil ngarat 10,000. Ang girel moklo hindi salge grel 10,000. Sabi loba loro hindi kita google al sumo ko spare se ludo dem siya pa bilngem meloche ko spare average 10,000. Sula.
What is it?
Vice President Senate.
Sula che kome man na mulitem. Taman li simple question lang kumaso Arwil institution sa kanya gildo kasi viral stats rin. Waya held kadi yosen maternality mo rate, malu infant mortality mo lo sel sumay ka ngari talaman itel risk system talaman lan morba. Wala tablo sa trabilis rablur bela. Wala ibol nga immigrant mga customs. Wala mo tin mo sa trabilis. Ayang multa.
So, ngaringi aramela customs sa tablong nga wila customs mga ringa 6 ng Arcel Canal Ligidal nga Rapitar Airport ay nga ringa Canal Master Ligidal Detective Lieutenant Annie Emiliano mga ringa trained and certified dock handlers at tirigaya ta bulis ra TCU Transnational Crime Unit and Narcotics and Mirabla Bulis.
Oh, dakto lite minister mom cheka success rate rin. Nga igen nga customs sa kung malungila success rate rin. Igen nga selbitang ako liter ka bom che mo amom asar mo malwas nga success rate rin.
Yes, sir.
Chero.
Albo Senator Inabo. Albo Senator Inabo. Oy. Elbo Aldabele.
Sulangi, Chairman. Minister, ang direkal Marcel presentation ng maram asil belawe ang mlaringi at direkal mle under sel additional support and resources lo spe abla pulis tamle kuram saudra silwa se pola ka parole ma probation el morar artigay gidal drug offenders mang akmlo okera atara Sarah giko palol lawyer blila prison system rakwam el provide rehabilitation ma akura policy decisions el girela oratela blakalbus ya recommendation ngiya mula say ngirel ngarngiya awngil el way al kora formula matletele hindi kal sabi mo dik mula say hindi ka malubeng ngarngi ngirel kora ngarngiya standard ma le ay ge sarbe klada kakaro sa issue certir ma direkal ulger ngira sex offenders Lengles wakal edara sa hidra sa bola probation al mora sex offenders ma drug dealers ingmle explain al kulwa say ngaringi baby ra mental illness el well del sab edal nakal sab edal cure ra at mang ngira de lome sa gegi de sel dorur sa hidal wal gora palasil malubeng alla al girela probation ma weberen sa el ngaringiya commuta sentence at mang even though ngaringiya la alwase o trule la drugs ma ang arang klela 25 years mo 50 years hindi tadi sel sentence ra adel nga rin ya probation ma hindi mo tiya ka hindi mo kate pa sentence rang kala at mangwayal nasisi alla andi o tutel alla ate kalsapel al ngar segid al klisiel al waya tablet al sawat al por segid al wasing makaranga kata stop artial al drug problem. Minister taron tiga wasing makaranga to kora makaranga kora subi segid al wild kora mo tetele la torura palasil wasay makaranga ay gayid al probation ma ngarang klil palasil apply al mora sex offender cases ma drug dealer cases malbol sa edel maral mo tawta sel klisi el alla leng welm sisi alla anding di kal mo tawta mang komo mabuaya mo tas silwasin di kal sisi alla andil ubeng masisi alla andi otutela ti kal mo tawta mo sa idel intent ngal si alla.
El agida madang regulo sing ngaria la algire la parole ngaria parole board. So ngidil adal sentenced after serving 1/3 asab el lu siya babilingel mora parole board dal wasa kulingit el sokal mora parole ek na serve 1/3 ra temet. Okay. El parole board malaw recommendation algire el segide gimulu sa obis attorney general awan mabli abuli sa direct kalwan marasel third chairman
the legal community or organization.
Ang two of the recommendation mo a parole board am sa da already nga niya al address a parole el asir guk tome sa la drugs nga niya igelo ase nga niya provision sa ligira possession alwase al sugum hindi akal eligible for parole. Also kung ada possesse and then gets a second conviction. May ilagay ako already addressed alla ra ay kal mahital kar. Ya probation segukmal dito ngura court. Leng ngari aklisi el court impose a sentence was engkal ada mura probation ya alla al 18 and 17 PNC oy ang anya ko conditions el gorta sa el lungoy titriar adal mora probation so ang already addressed la el al time
Alidik explainer sel process sila kung dito nga trafficking musya tida example dito lungul adrablo bo dangali other charge niya trafficking a methamphetamine a violation 17 Palacio National Code, section 4301 if I'm not mistaken. 34 PNC ng atigil at tukula drugs. Malak mula si mandable guilty shall serve not less than 25 years, not more than 50. I'll get fined, the fine, kung sa maximum 1 million, sa minimum fine 50,000 or 50,000. So, arada saying raw ulama, the sodi, arada mo confused. Kaya kalulot awyo. Ada ulamang mo sabel although Allah akmas traffic ais balu ko traw ko deliver ka manufacture, ingilan minimum 25 years. Ada ulamang di kalbo 25 years. Obisa Attorney General, manggel adil muluptan gel Defense Counsel, mga court, decide the law nothing agreement, plea agreement. Kasi ingel ada si instead ra mora kargari, yakmel go ngay. Ela saying yak ok mutaw ta sel trafficking. Obisa Attorney General o itia trafficking. Mang masul. Engya di mora possession. Malubak namin sa attempted possession. Mandikal matarak karsegi the luim ayim al mandatory 25 lang existing ala. Tira negotiator ngil mo Te suman 10 years, kama 2 years al chim rabla kalbus. Ito agora 8 kaya karo. Di igagid again le first I know kung mula rin di seguida wal discussion nga kama Attorney General al afternoon mula say. ET say seguida issue plea negotiations. Ang mga rate telel aurior. Ayraar Attorney General amadingi. Sera algo mo 25 years. Hindi mo lang makado nga sin deferment malubeng ang plea down. Sera, medyo more early 2003, 4, 5 like akmle PD, public defender. The only exception na sa sumukam nila cooperate trabang gila police. Then tira plea down. But it wasn't because sa laap man na drastically change. Tirigel other lulutaw ta sel time na assume ko mo tuta ka trafficking. Hindi agi mo ngoy tani. Unless yung malmit utagay sa rakapalmen. Esel time na tuta tani 2003, 4, 5 ang nete atar administration. Nete mela think Jeff Beatty, Steve Carrera, tirigay gid amna AG sel time adam rig. Attorney General or taw tatyala. Attorney General makes that offer. But you gotta understand that the seda se belding uta klisi ela plin ngol oiti. Because sometimes case ani nga adadalo dingi dingan nga telmellen. So instead ng uklo tungu sel sa bari. So I think almost the ringil gira legal conditions action nga sel draft loro nga JGA. It'll get a certain sentencing guidelines. A sentencing guys sa adabol gitit yang el first offense ni akortal batiri nga senga mal din na migra mistake al buy ke mil atakar sa alil. Mela do ngubatia 5 years raklang ngi. Me the make sure sing rehab ngi. Again nga segi din nga bra rela la kamitil. Tegi dik to sendia al kloy tia maral di. Di al kaldo. I hope akna siya kal helper agil and sira question.
Chairman medical te ale Minister Justice apologize al gina la presentation or adakan al gina accurate the presenter accurate so perhaps a messaging I would like to send was saying the intention was good but also ma messaging close to trela kada lungila messaging malakal misleading so I apologize also sel presentation na adakamlo mani confusion nila cause we will be more careful like understand the wasang ngodang sala do is that the right word Senator Tabalwan what we say are other orega sa ngodang sal so it's important so I apologize for that actually so kalkwadi ed honor sel nga Senator Inabo I believe sel losada yel was saying mo dia ka parol and I believe she was on the ngara sel ko ra effort ra waseng girel mo suma ka kumutaw tertiang yung sel ko the harshest in talking with her later umlemin ra sel sukumang hindi akal first offense perhaps hindi mlakal articulate that well and I apologize at sukumang na wrong a message that came across and we will do better.
Yeah, you know, let me make oneself clear and I'll put it on the record that a mess. You cannot challenge makamadagim challenge malubagim atimam fact that you'll do or sell thrive and again stuff around said unquestionable almlara al selarungulo lo sigra ptial problem lang o sigra solution at tial problem le ngarpa pal atadiakal Lokorang. I cannot question her drive, mabal kilarong mabalur belaw. Di un makno bring up at yang it's important tala siya facts sa gila del sumo. Di please tiang amla mo mre kan makadami tiar kapsingi. Dia ka ruwato ko era kuk makal chairman dia ka atalamal. Hindi ko nita siya please encourage ra rogul adam. Mal ngaringi siya gidel kilan rir o fight at yang. Edri kalda kalopas sa singira the information is key, ngira the disseminating it correctly. If you recall, if we go back an hour ago, ako lagi kala said, do you authorize statements made? I think that you should start doing that to make sure la saying match la MOJ. Senator Inabo.
Hindi so mo o clear tagit. Leng ay gaygid ya complain rabway. Every community o porngi mga da adu orangal maas ma families ita mal affected tel drug problem. Leng di wadal ngalagedal mo hospital drugs the whole family amral na mo struggle. Ngi daro ko na mo support tel habit rangal ma addiction ringi tomalia family ringi di mo makita talong daro ko di mo hindi maral klawa impact ringi. Mang aboy hati ogel alwasay ng apa yung ilabaw dal tra mo to ka dudet di mga probation 2 years set to de kamla mo to dude me emraw may ka ay ka complain na why aw ul makata kada trial address mang in fact ng korawngil ng si brought it up to the level where kadamral we need to do something lang wa ko rati maklowar ngudal basing we're fighting this drug problem. Lola pala aramrigel. Mateteliar aramrigel. Legal community sergida diya ka. Hindi ka sabi prove beyond reasonable doubt. Kita tel matingan la set amat nga na family kita uspe drugs. Hindi ka sabi prove beyond the reasonable doubt al sila court. Madi ka adra la argidel. Lortaw tay ka la madi ka investigator sergida sabi ingot kitrit galat. So we're in the same rut. Kita nga tial problem rabi kalsils. Makadosi nga solution. Mang ay akmal adamay ringil ngut tial issue mura level kita pay attention. The frustrated with the slow process kita logi ungilen di kalto ulel lekata kada belulo marangal la or tirak lala. Mang akti iso halwasay nga kamal concern at tiagidil parole ma probation. Algira la addiction ma sex offenders. Let tirga there. Tirgal adabe kalsils. They're putting our children at risk. And there's no law stopper it. Mahakort man di kalstoberti. Makadamarang. That's the question algi mo germi.
Aware of Attorney General, and let's make the record clear. Ngari nga la algi nila sexual sex crimes. Ngari nga la algi nila trafficking. The trafficking at 25 to 50 years. I issue a probation, I issue a parole. I determine na executive branch. Ma-parole determine rin nga board. So, gila dal mo clear sa ngara man. And I want you to explain nga kamadang
Yeah, aktiso kal kamente Senator Murael Bebil. Aigal tirigel adal direct let's saying trafficking. Agorta di blolos in 25 years. All suspended except for, let's say, 5 years. Sel 5 years, mal nga rin ba tokol restrictions raad. Sel la to ba nga curfew, iti ako nila sa ike baby ra ikin to ba diya. Curfew like 6 to 6. Yeah, adal close that's hard. Al sugum ko restricted al morabli mila 6 to 6. There's a fine. Ngidil ada subject to drug testing. Makti mesakaw was okay. Moral mo test wasi ka matatuwa ba hindi nga niya restrictions al mortil. Hindi mo positive, hindi to the cell positive result drug testing rakaw, you go back and serve the remaining of your fine, I get 25 years. So it has happened. So I get ako they're hoping agyaw marangal wa say kaya mo diter at man dia kalutol mo marurut yal to ko. Leng maral nga nga igel walol ko chairman. Tamagay karel at and aklang nga tira di matamal because maybe say gidel one time el mega mistake. Yeah. Omotung kalbus 25 years. That's a long time. Makadamsate elel say gidel 25 years and di to de gagita ma strict conditions. Kadi fell around raigang, you're back in. And I know, kung obisa AG long enough, nga rin tirigay the repeat, mo I say. But mo rabli la kalabus, because you give them a chance, if yakal reform. Tapay kang tinul, marulay, ay ka low rule. Ma tactics rin lang amal na chance. I mean, kita, nga guys, mlamir obis, adi ka mo, tol durok pa drugs ra, Afrigal merbelaw. I mean, imagine itilga mal smart lol durok kalmeng igale face mask ardil itlo liquid method ngi mix may ka batok tokal package lugo man dimla kang gel adra customs el matigay nga ko mas suspicious engko karel murabalwa de dado ngi sel dome sa record they get record their obis at Taradir Rasina los pe abek pa ng atleta le meso isibela tirgay del tulmo lulapte they brought the largest amounts I think it's like 500 grams 800 grams. That's a lot of drugs mang malgira del kay nga seora borde lega meso isibra borde mang more segi del program gira laureo ra abilis hindi senator ko Cuarte, kamalokol wasen dia ka record, hindi nga record del gimola bala sa kay na dira ko nga gay sertir. Kom dio reng srablu and ding makas akastomom la mor nga kay sir. I mean tirat makaloreor, gire del makaloreor. It's a serious enough issue. The other bela rogu ya giril makaloreor starting from the family all the way mergi del armarula la ma enforce alla. That phone call, maring larang miurang algiul mlamo addicted, but we need to help them too. Turn them in. Sabi edal adul girel bora rehab. Makadoriol imol balul girel tiang. Dia kadil restricted al mora law enforcement tar adra bla bulis tar adra customs obis attorney general al masaudar tial drug issue. Sulang.
Kabong halil to pasal mo Vice President ra Senate, el po President ra Senate.
Hindi, nim laktul wase nda dos pe abilis. Aktilul wase mesa malsum nda kalo bom review record malakalo rem chen cycle bilis. Degel kal bilis ra custom ngi klotul ako tum na babto kalo de men ngil bilis klotul nga ra custom. Degel baby ra bilis bom cheka yang alakalo rem change. That's all I was saying. Hindi repeat rosisyo mam da sa sika uran nakaluro.
I say. So customs ma trigel ko K9 ra BPS at makalorior mon mutra ulang adya ka doon mestri ra sa standard K9 sa blabuli sa uriol nga tarmac. Ay gal musel bilis nga ra alsela customs sa arrival area bilis ra custom. So just recently, I'm learning a wonder operation where agi cook na switch up mo cook mabilis ra kennel ra BPS al cook mera alsel tira mo ra tarmac. So but sindali tirgel 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 times I get K9 sa Masertel arrival area abul sa K9 ra customs bilis ra blabulis nga ra tarmac kasi lol tengal, which doesn't really matter. The fact is we're covering all the different areas and we're working together. So mungilal bade customs mungilal bade BPS gidalom de emeroko. So But we will definitely make sure nga rin process where they to check, recertify ay galbili sa sendir ka effective, and then the information while we're here sa gid kennel program argid blel funding in totality Amerigel el mo last September 30, 2026 and stop. So kada real mo o sisabi ra budget ra uktral mo pick up per se gid cost le kada sparing.
Abo Senate President.
En shakal libre del back to the rehabilitation Aguam adiakal government of Guam malupeng hospital Aguam ongra alang Salvation Army different agency take care sa igid mo akpay olingit Minister Justice ma Attorney lo say kamtral kan taktra Salvation Army lo sen sib ilmer belaw lengari orang segal lo sen soril may they have their own funding mandiak bodol to daw government del mortir by because of their rehabilitation center etamala funding ramarigel it's millions of dollars a budget term kabaim trail kan takleng mari orang seglo sen sib ilmer belaw another Minister of Justice megulngit mal sib ele morio bangela kablementro Guam tirgel mal matatal bulis el mel train rar bulis mal uptatri ar bulis gidel tamral ungil bulis ding diakat training they don't have enough training ya the trainer tir ungil bulis tir ga ungil adalo rem du arandir e black arandir din their lack of training ma please e morio bangela akwam wangaramong achieving kamadangel tamlaring tirgel bulis ra akwam mlel me train ra fire department tergid and they did a good training man me helper gid mang kadamle appreciate tir mang loring isel gora a ceremony e dolureng asulir e direkal mala le appreciate ma me plitem do it en ngita dola serar buli sergid elak de mostria training e didol gortir it's not fair for them le tirga un ilor di dia training ma please e por seguid el sigat rolele yang aragwam el mil trainer tir adra fire ma patrol ma whatever department tergid lo spe el mem trainer tir they can be a good police officer sorry
Hale dilbo hadi mo tangale hadi balbo Senator Pedro kumadas kan korang al sungur right after that kapo yung Senator Pedro ilang settle open na ngidil other questions that we have open
Oise Mr. Chairman nakamsulang rate al ay kal question nga ministerial asab el Maurulens el di me babil nga makora di actually I have 4 makoteng akul mesra ngani sele egera salary ra adra government elgi mobile el al ngara budget mang ngani egel ani sel first el gora question nga kasi tigel maritime security fees and wildlife and protection nganyal tiget the 52 all in all. That's everybody. Okay, lang ani tirigel ngani most tirang ngara local revenue. Na kumeser sel list nganya 16 ang ngara other grants. So do dira ngara other grants. Shaba rokui. One US egel rest adik mo others among kora di so the mo ngel wase. Ngarigel balu.
Yeah, so ngaringi sel ngaringi igel one igel smaller, not the big patrol boats. Elbiskida Shabal, I think in Selgadam. With that comes annual fuel money, fuel provision. We have to do a certain number of days of patrol. For example, they'll do 100 days of patrol minimum to provide fuel provisions. El pay salary tirgel wal crew say gidiel kadam. Yeah.
Okay, so lang say. O ngerong sel transnational sing transnational unit. Yeah. Ako mesangan nga 15 al adalurior. Hindi ko osisyo ang number al ubang mla change. 13. Okay. Nga ako mesralis ng 15. So, sabi elwasang other talam lomra kalorior or kung di pwede sa ML luri ulan sa other mutal correct me if I'm wrong with the numbers. Hindi kmil sara news sara tabela sara October 16. Imlaring isel article and masada igel US Treasury amla sanction na businesses ngiya involved with the Prince Group kangangar belaw. So ako atiswa kalogyan ngi rakaw kasi kang mga process ngi tamo close al ubit
Kala explainer sa kita sanction list Attorney General.
Se hukmal to ko na Miguel Chairman makamgora. What I understand is that the mastri at the elir tirgal adal mlotto badawdudir. Raikal US banks. Mantiakal sa bil bank los pa ay bank Miguel. Yeah. And then ang cook ngaring aureol cook mararingi internally kire lawa se tirgat tirgal adal ngartiang temortial cook wal list dula sendiat ala artil merbelaw.
May sayang ko ko dang process ma ulmsayida kam neso kalmom dang lilwas. Ngara tele la mang diakal sel dulwaseng sanction and sab elwaseng to stop or til mo diakal trade or diakal ultraway kal kumesa nga madakal open ng kanya hotels ma kakmutelal businesses nga ringi direkta nga niya wonder kumbali raral algumesan nga niya lista nga lista.
Hindi sa gida understanding nga Senator limited seguk mal di sanction ramarigel. Sanction ramarigel of course like what I say kung da sa patortigel ada nga bank account tira ga local banks. Nanti ako nga sa tamosis ay geludo dal sa mga ramarigel adal nga bela tamosis ang yan. I can look into it. Maybe Chairman you have some knowledge about it.
Okay, matiyadakal kita bodo si sabarangin. All right. Sel mo mang ongede masaula presidenta Senate tendira kalulgera ka minister elgira la la budget elmora elmo funda baby project ra ministry mo effectively el serve other okoy lakamo beser sel ambulance elmora all the age kamalum sa sel babin nga mamlel wasing multi free hindi FY26 ang girel so is about the awal polo nga certigal EMT palubay malora help para aududir sukumang mokora nga song sa resources amang at sukumang maway say kalil estirababin nga malwasing mo mga era BPS awal pol albol daw hindi ko ngit was sukumawrio ngara DFR el bora budget ra DFR malakal ko nga niya miss justification raw daw.
Ang wasa di clarify sa Senator Pedro sel mleba el sera sile kong asel mle existing el processor cell time el gama makalek raw daw da ablex to bringi e waseng continuous service el free of charge we say, but I think I had said we will absorb that cost. Police will absorb that cost incurred el multa kara adal because ambulance task el respond el mo ulta kara emergency call lobal mo hospital so segi del wal kuk ottagir ablil el mura ottagir hospital el mura ablil and we understand the aspects ramlaya ang balance of fit so we continue to do that. Absorbing ina cost tra ma'am ulil sisiparing ina budget request until ang mo kasi tiyang mo nga nga separate terminal hospital maruringi. But until then, we will provide that service.
Okay, maraming masawag. Last minister maldi anya kora family member mle kera langi lalblay. And then our other longara artial blaya wal blol koram lo threat taringi. Mangam lo murtan morakor dire karirustan mable police. Ask kalwasang mo niya sa nguwa restraining order or peace bond. Amna response sa police al morngi makort adilul wasen dia kal sa PL ring dia kal fall ra under FPA. Mang adi so kalol ngi tar kami ase if you have time explain ngi or edi bom la siya response ra kami mora. So lang.
So yes, ngaringi ula FPA, which is Family Protection Act, ngaringi certain elements that constitute it clear. There's also, correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Chairman Nakamurang, di lang ngaringi crime na threatening. So depende circumstances definitely ang kadungwa statement ringi police omesangil waseng fall elements na threatening. We will charge with threatening. Now, we cannot just do an investigative report to the court for the purposes of them issuing out a TRO. Manggiramal investigate ringi erulagay sa threatening to file to the AG's office nga review ringi. So, depende circumstances. If ang nga elements ra sige the threatening will process the case sa court niya amol top the TRO if I'm not mistaken chairman or ang FPA, but maybe that time mga niya di mga adulas ang nga kura malinget ra tugil nga atilak pertyang sabilo ira a report ta kung mara court ta kura TRO. We can't do that, right, AG?
Minister, amaran masulang. Akti o ay salwaseng gal radil, amila ya video ranggal adal ne threat na ringi. So, ay kang milal morable police, mangul lesyo ra police, alwaset ya kita. Hindi na kal moda kal secure dan ngara area ring mali ngara apply, etiragal owner sa wal blol threat na ringi. So, sige di ako ra wal.
So, most special CPL Maurio le di mga details sa masanga Chibra Patrol, Acting Director malbol follow up ringi.
So halil po Senator Basilius, and then mo bon.
So basta chairman ng kora makap sa ngayon ting kora da kalpulungin larong utal sumakta kora o garay kalkere hindi marahil na aldo ito nga ka omdasol kiril tiyal to kora traksel dul sa otringi ling malklol issue awan na rata kulukor ngi awase nguangra o sengiura arakuk at to kora community awareness. Algirela ikal to ko ratrax. Ya kung marang luwa siya ospital man dire kalkirel partringi. Alkuksel tungul moreleng ngariya wa fentanyl ngariya. Mangariya mlamobek patenge lakar. Now makarang ata terlia community mo laklete elbol aware tretele lai kalkal ngariya what the effect also mangaringi na community marat. Ya kulum ta sursegi die olngit luase kamkor omes ringil lultasu eng amperisure ng sebeet lo may sablul المرو لايقان او اي سرا community لين اكمتن تريرا عرب توغل ادل اتي خلو دنليا اي كاي كده التليتاي راكار maus pelel mangrasa bel gut makli ra alsela community ma alsela apply makaplin akum da se one ling dir reminder ng accelerator ra former minister seral se va piel men alastrol biluk mutia mal crisis ya ki sperar pe klad lo ngo se orgmam ndil se kumunde hada pora community outreach and the HLCPL abulul direct lol nga sew say gid ya to korati sa kalmul korngi ya tara ya to ko ya wase ngalarngi ya executive order HC if I'm not mistaken and reminder nga kalkirela sel la wayal koram le track task force ngil titri ray kal pepira entities not makal mulura awayal kora aw revised directive order malumang legal presidential policy which is waya post office ma HE ma klaobes rang klel semal sa elim ega other tarik mula seng rang klel egidel ker RL all time na mombre ka urerel
A coordinated border management group senator ay kal agencies ako adim leber ra loru laureri so kura mo central mar other rogo ya sumari awan issue ay get rogo agencies involved amot mak address ringi and move forward from there kasi dirga ngaringi elang ko ngari sa idol coordinated border management ko ngari coordinated management anang maritime oo mang elas ay ako mo address ay gilguk issue sa maritime matay gilguk border ako kigera border may get tool group di marail
Mlaria temel magdamle extend ra with it an extension no daso so ay ken kiran nga report may malubeng ngukti kami we ola ba ay kal information na mamakuk tagi mo ngay magiti om ko tongor kumilmelo kira ikal tokoy
Cell coordinated border management director Targong director Peter Paloy dirigida co-chair say the current one cell gugigera maritime director Elobot director Hayes Moses kung da sa nga meeting rin ila lukuk sa igidal maritime
Senator Aldabel.
Al betoka question age chairman di erecti eso kaldigamente ko di sam apay el bebe isun besokal ko in call giren akti minister akotak akmal amatraw ma tal timur kanami minister justice namling lure liwak maningil di kalbet lure omoru ringi isolatial toradrak sa amal koram la mohat al issue al sila community rigid mal visible ay el impact ringil betokol families ma al-adam la breakdown because ay gidel lus la drugs ma trafficking na drugs el dimral mo masisira al sila bulwat makada continue lo sika aral sa edel motmakal imol ka balu makabalmen tergid kampat tial monday kung das bebira isul el gire del oral de sueda gire el mo visible aureret ra dekadil al sela kabalment ma al sela igal state ma community rigi dire el gire del mo o sebe del communicate igal effort rigi across the ay gire el carousel sectors mo sebe tirgal adal ngarte igil business traffic drugs al mo aware na sing akabalment mablur belaw mar other belam lam gisel mo o alak kartel monday I think only then ada mo realize na say tiang adia ka future ngil al business mangid al think otherwise ra adol molmal actually selling kung nasa close to trail to explore selul dasura al mutum karakli sel drug task force bolngania regular al dialogue lo bangela appropriate al agency sa government ma leadership bolse edel lo dakta klisi the support to say the task force leng without agora a plan malevin strategy that we put in place tigayidel adada hangue mo implementing with of course with the communication on a regular basis el communicate and more tigayidel el ngara madala urior kumnase seguiden sebe el directo itatura urior to kaygel sebe el discuss anding kumnase kada namo dia ka teme ni ako lingit ma kaya chairman el directo el mal blakangulo sikole la address the problem ako lingit bol sebe el directo open as will gere la continue the discussion el gere tia beral beto kaygel sebe el da daga urior kada gutmok kung smisi italurior rather than kung buktingar sel kuk area kami mga tiang kadakoradi wadi the bet all das ma blame al back and forth das se dia kaso del morngi paiso al motmak as a government ma community git kambat tiang das only den kada maral sa edel spesi aurore adres tel ak madengel klasel baby rata meng momringer gid gardia ada beladi makasedi ka ngay mal baby rata momringer gid reporter ada don terir mang akrigol before sel direct san mal mo hata isura drugs kadam no siga outside assistance me helper gid and direct le helper gid el direct ko qam le stober tial tokara drugs may gigita baby options el direct el gid mal me bebulate bel omesak masay la motam el duguk puedo esperar outside assistance al me helper gider tial el tokoy aluen sepe edigi del on our own kut makli ay gida ka diso mung minister ka MOJ di lastly sel tokora ay gida recent el cases especially tigel imported tigel foreign nationals ako das el le result tra a ruling el malministrir amal kora linient al punishment ako das dia kal it's non-deterrent al ruling makadalutul mo mesringil ako das impact ring will be a lot other elabay mo mesak na sa may by those the foreign nationals el memel la ramadan lo si sabay gal drugs al opte met di 2-3 years and they get released back to their countries el dia ka criminal no additional penalty mo la face may gigida so dal di malo darse mer kami mga continue lo mese amrut ertel urior da kay ngasel mas magana da dolisi tegi del algo que trate la punishment del tira mo involve nga sula
Senator Talams. Sula chairman ng Amuray minister a director acting director of Bureau of Public Safety last year tamlari aradum level ol go ayu ngayas gudungek na sitelam le involve ospela adraksa kitel kar itum level ol selemero bisang tak mo maldik medong morning aradum matmal tel ospela kitel kar itum malbeto gar mgegre ngalgan namo involve niya ngara elementary school mangar high school el dingara got street corners mangaw lamay sinmel tulmay sinmel amnek med 1 month euriul ratatutat mirablige why sanak mo nga niya adun lamang aklangarangil igagida makita karawol dami happy na last year a few days ago mil nga dudura imora rubagal lensibra imora hamlet na urior na segle blabo lungil mokodongya meeting rabel wame madres tiragid watol mgegre ngalgal el dingra ka street corners rabel wam legumeset tangal garap luam. Lengania security karadagal basyon malgonak magimla a reporten moral bulis tira amal ngalak le di ngara rule gi tirgal kaldi bragal el corners ragal street. Mandiswag lungun mura atensyon na kami komom tangay man sabele MCCI sa igir del Urior momesil girel Urior tiabral implementer ngi logi usel el bular at sel Urior al tansubiul diregal mo Urior open street. Diregal gora katagal amsada uriham ma diregal arrestra diragidal atrax. Hindi nga niya ako raw reliyo, malubing ko ang strategy kami ulo, sigak mo, ngaram marut ra, ako sa raw uspe, ilay gagin mar, ada mo, uspe adraxe o sig. Ngaragil, katokoro sig ra, igel uling mesois. Hindi nga ako sa rarad mo tumong uspe agan prax. Hindi lang clear, hindi ka ungil blay lat kaya ngay, malubing, progen family sil kiro uspe ang eso malubeng korang aria ureliu lo pun kela gir bebira isinsira governmental address ay gagir el issue awan tipok pere tiang molasta ngania kora protocol ma safeguard blam implement el girela a paseng ngania lulasing missing evidence ay gagir el tracks ngania blam katmok el protocol el girela gagir el handling ra drugs ma storage sa rin mandakalut disappear malu yang modipus malu yang mataman.
So le Senator Dalamsa. So I'm not going to try to attempt to answer the question that requires perhaps a more expertise ra kora hospital ngaral wase why would wase ang ngaral will Mumalay. I can probably speak on the angle al wasay the access sa gidal kukto ko I can probably speak on access kukti o sengek access is certainly they have more access to the drugs as opposed to before mang gidatyal el matingel kumamsadra urap kulara el mar. So we see younger and younger kids el amlamo involved ngaramong en kumaara plate or half a gram. So kamting sa 0.5 gram at tela aral $500. So you have to find the $500 lam aragi or a gram is $1,000. El ang yung komes so I look at texts komes arwa text ada mga dadura dealer ngarinya 25 so el atol trar sel ngarinya raw I have $25, what can you give me for $25? I have 30, I have 50, as opposed to before yung 0.5 $500 makamantingan kung ginawa mo sigla $500 malasel 0.5 or kung sigla $1,000 malasel 1 gram. So access in terms of costing wala mo talaga bilbiyot. So and trust me, it kills me to say that as the Minister of Justice, but that's the reality. So we have to deal with makarang the reducer cell access, borders, street corner, all of these different things. Di sabi akal masadal wasay, singe ka wasay, ulan teligibel ko rawal dadung teligibel claw, why the a population, sector population ng ngaramong itablak lakal tukar wata amaladraks. Ilang yung mla expand mo different population groups throughout the community, le access amla mo claw. So, and then, I'm not going to attempt to answer Silva say, ngaram tel amo malay. Not an expert on that.
Dilungile Vice Chair, Minister, ang opportunity a question ang malungod question Senator Talamas. Ay yelo ulma ada mo drugs akot being a youth is a risk factor. Being a male is a risk factor. Having mental problem is a risk factor. Personal skills is a risk factor. Parents who are using drugs is a risk factor. Drugs in the family is a risk factor. Abused kids or abused people are a risk factor. Lack of friends is a risk factor. Community values, kung lama accept ni, is a risk factor. Home environment is a risk factor. Your jobs, if you work in a certain jobs, risk factor. Aktido insaldo legal because I think Cardiblo was well access, but a lot of times it's not. Being a youth is a risk factor. But sumtet terul adal ng okla imong ardilas al, the male is a more risk taker than the female. Ay nga scientific information sila.
Namasaw? Oy.
Sula Chair, malugil kapsesangin merka Minister ma Attorney General, Acting Director ng Iramang Yorma, Miss Tuti. Itong okle orang sa na discussion nirgit. And there's no question la sige ang artialo siga mungira arangaligyan ma other velo. El último partira la kalabus ma tirgal guk ngaringa isurti nga baluma rekladro. Mukmul way selling guk chairmanship rigi ratokora technology. Kumul asyul was for example in the absence of al time alwal malmring ka tral recruiter human capacity ringar ka o sigar other sa marial melang sew al tang sabi el utilize ra tokora technology el musabil sobo aklia wa director acting director lieutenant tangira mangyor sel guku relel sel guk improve efficiency in the absence ra other tira wal traditionally the expected tira ngar sel tong okol 12 hours altang sabiel by the use of technology, i.e. AI, yang sabiel kukrulaw relel talgibel. Mabiyot teman ka tutilal lang arsel 12 hours, hindi arsel 8 hours. Direk kalmokmul wa isel kung meseringi laana mo sa marira retirement. Yeteng wal filler sel rungul ma sel ownership ringir tel al-at. El soal que o meser tiral guk bla meso isabel magikar el sorry el builder say kid el wal confidence tir ma trust ma klamariyari artir el wase erbuy nga ka etwanta maklaway gamiw malak mal mesa potential gamiw so gamiw mo way nga karatrak labase makumeser sera to kora succession plan kasi el dos per te al la ka burn out tiral ngaringir el require tier low roll 12 hours. At tang la sa PM direct log utelte alle mong itaw do mura chairman na JGA chairman na Voice and Means sa PL guk fanda tora technology aktimol ngun mura tramal simple to ko. Ndakal sa dal equip pra atat malsugum tangara dito ngun mura airport. Airport ng adakal sil communicate by radio para adal ngara kapasang. Kadangal tanga tretian nomere kal Pacific Games. Other Australia mlel deploy a system bertir mong mahal no gilaran dia adada lo se pwede ding artia communicate lo bantia. Otherwise kada blos pe atora celular anding kada mding el direct lang nga ang sang selay. Na ko mention ay geling adira kada pora wa pa bi camera ma ay gal baby da to hindi maybe in the very list the la surveillance camera ra liwe kartel ba sa pulis sa sel si sabe la kamsal simbal wasengel nga kartel pero alin sa class threat del meron kal adal kartel do dulo seng secure del pasyo direct al malsuakal di share el mergid rogul wase kada kartel masadra issues ra kida adra belo tel belo bebirata men agire del diobul tel mera dalang aklet mesa igel ngaringira sa dalang aklet malas man sumuok. I think then, until then, as a society, mal agree, take ownership at the issue. Malwalway selling, ang algakal sa RL sa pamle, suspend rin, dahil tukura draks. Dahil tukura vay pinguk mle ngodal, makital behavior school, why say then I feel like I failed as a parent. So, a technology can be good, but I blame myself kasi direct na allowing him expose himself to technology where brain ringil diri ka develop pamla trial absorb ay galpatokol to kora bulula mlaro lil na moswal malas matko trial experiment makumna sa gigida direct as a nation na kado kasi okay to kora technology so adal maral baduliker ay gagida ko sebe edal wasi kata mo make sure the sensorial mura ngalagyan mar mga ngal trial overall as a nation. I think it really does start at home. Gida dal mga testa lang aklet, mga community rigid. Take ownership of it, acknowledge la say yes, it is definitely an issue, and then bring it up and a wider community, my leadership, being say the quality national offering of solve ba.
Sulangi Senator mga saw, pamalmasal ng artip minister make mo na ulgun Moscow satan mga simre wala kun Moscow Attorney General atal mga dura Chairman na Ways and Means agim da ngalisan na on team ludo del kira adra la an additional $500,000 na mospeni may be expense mang agi mo agi understand sa maguk sa ala Chairman na Ways and Means kung mo kontakter ka kung mga lalo gila hospital sa lulo so don't think it masing Senate at sing selon team le hospital adra la badingil lam mamring la adra la bring na do sigerti yeah so makuha wala mas ka Mr. Justice dugil last adra min den ebo ko si.
Thank you, Madam Saule, Chairman Nakamura, President Paula Salman Saule ng artiyang almiligal kang marokul committee, marokul senators, manal ko napto ka at magil, and I'm not here to say that I can do all of them. Akadaka gyuspa help, I need help. So, maraming saygal mo lokoy ngartyang melu sabi bilanut na almora at si Faye balang belawira time and things that we know that we need to be doing already, but we have to come here and be told that we need to do them. So it's a good reminder to us always say we need to be consistent. Ingida dal ruli, makluo madruli, mangyaw sa ruli. So, I welcome, I gaya dal opportunity, lindira I'll remind her, ma'am, sometimes we get caught up if in, you know, the rut every day, model the set group picture. So, agi kumtera roguil lada ka Minister Justice urang asuliw klugug ang tanda kalungil el rule el ngarcel lungil tetelel, but we will definitely be sending a document that list things that I don't see in the submissions, but maybe in sabil help para mamal ko ra ako kosi sa ba. And I really tell where the format that didn't come across right, and I apologize for that. Ding agi mo send ba el mail kami amadu ngulo yan mo sel tetelela ong itra budget, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But I just want to say Chairman Nakamura, he calls me all the time. Madre, aklamom lang klela staff ringing. So he's always asking, what do we need? to make things better, to help you. So I don't think there's a lack of wanting to work together. Maybe it's just a matter of how can we work together better. Ako rin asuli, ulgirel tial continue lolngit lo se da ay gelbek padigin rolel. Awareness, perhaps we're not doing as much as we should be in terms of awareness. Senator Basilius, maybe we're focusing on enforcement and investigation, but that's important too. So we should focus on those things. Messaging, as Senator Tabalwal said, and Chairman Nakamura, it's important what is being said at any setting. So we're trying, and we appreciate at yang opportunity sabi edal may openly adado ekay nga sew, and I remain true. Almorsel last question Chairman Nakamura sa confirmation hearings rank your loyalty. I remain true to my response that my first loyalty is to the rule of law, and all the different layers that come with it. The rule of law, nga layer of rehabilitation and correction, awareness, all the different layers that are important to the rule of law. So we will, as the Minister of Justice, I will submit what we think is reflective of our true needs. Kami ako kumesal pula sing kukmo nga teletelel. Di kutal teal, kung teergi daro kuya, kung nga sulira ro kulbulis. Dire kan man mering laurior. Uspe support tergi daro kuya. Senator President Paules kam sulang arsel tingim. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity.
Sulang Minister of Justice Jennifer Olgaril, Kamal Masaule, Attorney General Nartial, 4 hours, Miro Kuy, Saule Miss Tuti, Kamal Masaule, Acting Director at Chief Patron Iramangyor. Tirakan utat alam nga sulit tiro kulbulis at tiro orior. 158 around 150 some. Mula se ayal eudasuir ma urungulir ma ayal ospe ayire la lorior el takler ti al problema akmal loni tama sendia ka bomsa garang mi wegi mos micro lems kami akmal gol way segi de Minister of Justice leng ki agi de tokora drugs at ya ba imlegirel nga niya working group paringira way back. Ako Mr. Kana, you agree with me. Dia ang kadapay manamam asang sadra working group pra imora takakang gester gidem na beser tial kita temruri. Mga kamaloni terkali kaway sel mara kadbol di ko kadbol di adadu asing ara kamospe. Ding naktiri kal kikeda bugungil di mengil. I see the budget that Attorney General nila sa 500,000. Okay, that amora adra la artil makost. But we really want to see asoko mang package our bully sa makit. Can we have that? Akmading asan sa biro. Malakal me ko na kamam kim second guess kim figure out. Di ka dili bully kay tiya rogul nga front line. Uk sa amal madura Ministry of Finance loger other customs. So kada malmol open na dialogue dili kaya mar kami asko makmot gibel ko amalas mal lord tour kamal hindi ka lord tour kami mal over at the mew ding so kada kauklat ka long le long hila adu and they are clock le dra nagal drual dola ba ka nga we owe it to the people who ulm kadangari hindi aso tir kagit adu loryo lo banged 24/7 bol masay kan rir el iti awryo because ndim lakang sol mo mo kagit mal tal 6 p.m. el October 20. As Chairman JGA, malgura a big thank you more kamil tewang moraro will bully sa tir orior ko da osmerital hearing irgitel al sils beral kapsinge. Thank you.